Hello. Hope you're all having a nice Saturday. I've got some time to stream, so we're doing a bit of a longer stream today. I've been working on some new assets for the stream as well. There's some emotes that were commissioned. I'm just getting them approved, and they'll probably be available next week. And I'm going to start rebranding the channel, so that may end up happening tomorrow, but today we're just going to play some Oxygen Not Included. So I'll just bring that in. Hello. Alrighty. There we go. So, last time, we basically just waited around for about 20 cycles because all of our water geysers turned off, or all of our steam vents turned off. And we didn't have enough oxygen to leave the base. But now we do have enough oxygen, so we're going to go and do all the stuff I meant to do yesterday. And I got myself a new fan for the room, and it's quite a bit more powerful than I thought it would be. So let me know if you can hear it. You shouldn't be able to, but it is quite loud. But it was getting hot. I wanted to cool down the room. I had a gift card I needed to spend, but yeah, we're getting loads of plastic made. We upgraded all our beds to comfy beds. We're putting in some more, and we're going to get started putting plastic ladders everywhere, so people will be able to move around faster. And then eventually I'll be able to get this column working, and I'll have the transit tubes working. I'll have some tubes that go up these columns here, and people can transit tube around. But that's going to take a while. What I want to do today is I want to get the I want to get the hydrogen geysers online, because we've got a hydrogen geyser down here, and we've got a hydrogen vent in the other planet, and there's also a gold volcano in the other planet. So we're probably going to try and tame those. But yes. So we need to fill up one of the branches. This one looks a bit empty. The constraint on the Sweetle ranches at the moment is just the amount of sulfur we have. We've got one geyser that's sort of tame, but not quite. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and hook up as many of these as I can, and I'm going to send them all to some kind of central cooling room. And then we'll have loads of sulfur, and then we can make loads of Sweetles. So what I might do is I might just put in a mini tamer everywhere, and then just have a conveyor for all of the sulfur going somewhere. But as you can see at the moment, we're just trying to fill up our docks with oxygen. We've got two electrolyzers working pretty hard. But A, the oxygen in the base dropped quite a lot, so we're refilling that. And B, we're just trying to fill up all the docks. If we get some more water, I may add another one of these, but for now I'm just trying to refill the water level, because we're using some for oil as well to make all this plastic. But yeah, so we've got 2 hydrogen generators in here. There's one for each electrolyzer. There's a third that we are going to hook up as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this room with hydrogen from the geysers. And it's going to be hot, and that's going to heat steam. We'll put other heat sources in here, and then we'll put the steam turbines here. So we'll start putting those in once we get some more plastic. But we need to let some water in here. So let's do that first. So we'll just put a mesh tile in. I'm trying to get used to streaming with this fan on as well, because I'm going to need it to cool down the room at some point. And it makes a lot of noise. You shouldn't be able to hear it, but it's making a lot of noise for me. So we'll just put a mesh tile, a pitcher pump, and we'll put in about 20 or 50 kilograms. I don't know. We'll just put a little bit of 2 different liquids in here, and hopefully it will fill this area up. And then we'll start putting all this stuff in there. Yeah, we're gonna get a few idles because not all the docks are getting oxygen at the moment. We're trying to reclaim some more space as well. We're gonna put in the next lot of bathrooms up here. We want to move all of the polluted water stuff so that the vent is just venting out into here. So that's going to run up to 0.2 cycles, so that needs to be done right away. We're getting that done, which is good. I think we'll just leave that as obsidian for now. But essentially, we're going to want to take this pump, and we're going to want to put it here. And then we can set up the automation and the hydro sensor as well. I just like doing this so that the pumps don't pump when they're empty. And it just saves power. But we just want to move all this polluted water. That's essentially what we're trying to do. Trying to get it out of here. Into our plants, and then we're going to extend the base upwards, and this is going to be the top of the base, which is why it's insulated. The base won't go any higher than this. So we got some skill points. Let's do that. So pay, you've got exosuit training now. I guess you can get building. And Quinn, you can get exosuit training. That's good. Not bad. Yeah, docks are filling up fairly nicely. The electrolyzers haven't broken this time. They don't normally break. I don't know why they broke before. Actually, I do. There wasn't quite enough liquid here, so some of the hydrogen pushed out under here. No, some of the oxygen pushed up over here. And that caused some problems. But yeah, we're going to want to get those showers set up. And then we'll want to put the bathrooms in as well. There we go. And then this can just come off the main base wire, which I suppose has to go up here now. Yep, that's fine. I'll put an oxygen diffuser up here just in case we get any more algae, but probably not actually going to be used. And we can actually replace these with aeropods now because we have loads of diamond and we're not using it for anything else. So let's put an aeropod here. They're very pretty. Actually, just give me a second. There we go. And we're going to fill these with mirth leaves. I believe we have plenty of mirth leaves. We're getting any more petroleum? We're getting a very small amount. People need to refine in here, but people are busy doing other things. That is fine. We've got a large amount of glass now. I guess it was just from deconstructing this whole area up here. That's fine. Just a second. I'm just going to try and investigate what's causing these lag spikes, because they shouldn't be happening. Earth is this feed task. Yeah, get rid of that. Yeah, that was the problem. There's some random Windows program using up memory, I think. Right, let's get back to it. So we need this pump to be hooked up. So we're going to hook this up here. We're going to do the same thing as we had down here, in that we're going to have mesh tiles. We'll have those go the whole way. What are these going to be made out of? Copper? Do we have copper? I guess we'll make them out of copper, because people are going to be wandering in here. Oh, and now we've got polluted water leaking down here. So that's obviously no good. Let's just seal this up. I'm just get that done right away. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to space these out so that we can sweep all the stuff from underneath as well. People aren't going to be running around in this room too much anyways, so I'm not that worried. Yeah, that should be fine, because people will then climb down here. But, yeah, we're going to need to sweep that up at some point. Not an immediate issue. So... this water pipe was just at slightly the wrong level. I have to reposition that somewhere. Okay, the polluted water's stopped leaking for now, which is good. But yeah, we'll take these deodorizers. And we'll just put them all the way along here. Yeah, that's fine. And I'll put the ladders in as well so that people can just run over here. Oh, whoops, that was a bad idea. Oof. Maybe I shouldn't have dug those tiles out. Oh well, we'll be fine. That's not going to leak anywhere important, it's just going to go down here. Yeah, not too bad. So then we'll need a wire that goes up here. So that can just be the same wire. So this should generate some oxygen as well, and you can see it has been. Like, this isn't off-gassing at the moment. What we can probably do is pump this oxygen somewhere as well. There's definitely a way that we can actually utilize this, because all this oxygen from outside the base has been produced by the geyser. There's a good amount of polluted water in here as well. We can release that. And then the pitcher pump, I think I'll just put that here. And we'll still keep emptying polluted water out into here. I could just put a few of these in here. It's not like this room is being used for anything else. Oh, no, I want the ladders, don't I? Yeah, so we'll have the one pitcher pump, and then we'll just put the ladders elsewhere so they can run along and service all of these. While still be able to reach the bottom and grab all the stuff off the floor. Yeah, I like that. Someone to sleep in that exosuit. And we're going to need to start dumping the liquids in here. So what liquids are we going to dump? Something inert. Probably... hold on. There we go. Let's have a look. Let's see. So we've got brine and we've got salt water. So let's do that. We'll just evaporate all of that. And we'll probably fill up with about 20 kilograms per tile of brine, and then 20 kilograms per tile of salt water. That'll get rid of all the gas, and then that shouldn't flood anything either. So then we can actually start building stuff. In fact, I should deconstruct this and just put a ladder in. For now. Just so that we can get in and out. But yeah, I've got a good feeling. Today is definitely going to be more productive than the last day. How is the water on the other planet? So this steam vent should still be producing steam. It's just not doing anything at the moment. What are you currently doing? You're currently exhausted on the floor. That's not good. You've got beds. Well, you've got a bed. People must have just gotten exhausted somehow. That often happens when I reload it. But yeah, for now, let's focus on getting this room finished. Because then eventually this space will be drained and we can just refill everything. So this is the water coming from the other planet. I think what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to... Yeah, I'll keep that pipe there. This is the bathroom water. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to extend this loop up here. I'm just going to connect it directly to the other bathroom. So they're both using the same filtration loop. Yeah, I'll just leave that pipe there for now. So that will go like this. And then eventually the pipe will go up here as well. And it'll service all the bathrooms, which will be over here. But we're gonna leave that for now. I'm just planning that. So then the polluted water is all gonna go along. Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, that's not quite right. So the polluted water is going to come up here. And then that's going to hook straight onto where the rest of the bathroom polluted water is. So that would be down here. So we'll do it like this. So that can go there. We'll go up over here. Go down here. Yeah, we can dig through this. That's fine. People actually reach those tiles. They can reach one. We'll need to put a ladder in so they can reach the other one. Hi Neo, how are you doing? I'm back. I'm doing a weekend stream. It's gonna be fun. Something's not working properly. How are you? Are you enjoying your weekend? Have you got much planned? Yes. So the toilets will go here, and we'll sort out this plumbing when this area is clear. I'm going to start tiling this up as well, because we want to shift all this polluted water over here and just pump it into the plants. Just relaxing. Yeah, things are good. Got some polluted water here. Yeah, I actually I had a gift card for Curry's, the electronics shop, so I bought myself a proper fan for my room. So trying to cool my room down a bit, see if that helps the computer and the fish, because it's getting very hot at the moment. And I think it is helping. I think the problem is that the fan is way too strong. Like, I've got it in its minimum setting, and it's just like... brrr. You probably can't hear it, because I've got the noise suppression on my mic. But it is quite loud. I can hear it through my headphones. But it is certainly cooling the room. So we've just got all these Dracos hanging up here. We're not going to do anything with you. This is a Draco free run. But yeah, I'm just glad everyone's got oxygen again. We're coming back into the base. Slowly getting into the suits. Everyone's pretty busy. Something's not quite right. Sorry. Something's going on with my phone. Anyways, we've got principles. What are we going to get? I think we are at the point where we're going to hire dupes again. But you're a decreased cuisine chef, so I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think we're going to pick any of you. You're all bad. You're all bad and you should feel bad. Wow, we've got loads of good grubs in here now. We need to get those guys working as well, so we need to actually get on pumping that salt water. I might even just set up the ranch up here. Because I want to keep multiplying these guys, specifically. So we'll put all this stuff in. But yeah, we just need to dump all this salt water somewhere. And eventually I'll get these guys tending plants as well, but I just want to get the numbers up first. Because I just want to refine all this sucrose, because it's really going to help the dirt and water situations. Because at the moment we're just sitting on like 22.5 tons of sucrose, when we could be sitting on 22.5 tons of dirt and water. Although that's not a huge amount, but every little bit helps. So we'll just set these all the same. This will be Grub Branch 3. And these are set to priority 9, so people should be going in and dumping the salt water. Probably giving them too much stuff to do. We still want to dump some more brine in here as well. Ooh, we found an object. Oh, wow, we found a saltwater geyser on the other planet. Neat. Very neat. Well, it's probably not going to get hot enough in here to boil that. Oh, I see what the problem is now. This hasn't been providing water because it's overpressurizing. Yeah, so we need to actually let some of this heat out. We definitely can't come here and analyze that. How are we going to handle this? Because this is all just extremely cold, and then there's no actual temperature exchange going on here because there's just a tiny CO2 tile here. So maybe if we priority 9 this, then we can dig this out, and then as soon as he's scolding, we'll just get him to leave. That should help. Yeah, I think we insulated that bit. We tried to protect the radioactive biome. I think we probably protected it a bit too well. So this is where we're going to dump the polluted water from now on. And we're going to want to... Yeah, we're going to want to tile all of that. We're going to dig these up. And then we'll tile all of that as well. We can dig this, deconstruct this, deconstruct this. And I think what I'll do is I will set up a gas pump and some kind of filtration so that we can get the oxygen out of here. Because eventually we're just going to have loads of oxygen here from the off-gassing. And we want the clay, so we need to let this off-gas. So we can use that to supplement our oxygen income. I'm not sure exactly what the rate of off-gassing is. I think it will vary a lot depending on the gas pressure. But we'll find out. Yeah, we're getting some oil refined. Some more plastic will be nice. Yeah, and we need to actually build the canister filler out of something that isn't going to overheat over here. So that would be gold. This needs to be made out of gold. I should have done that several cycles ago. Because we've got a soda fountain and no one's been using it. That's just the CO2 pipe. How's it going over here? Did you get scolded yet? You actually still are scolded. You should just rest up. You got scolded a while ago. This poor guy. Right, I think we can speed to it for now. Oh, I need to put automation wire in here as well. Because this notifier tells me when I should wrangle the guys to go in the pens. So I don't forget. This is kind of annoying me. Like, should I just dump this salt water down here? Like, if I just replace these with mesh tiles, like, for now, we can just dump the salt water down here and worry about it later, because it's kind of getting in the way of us actually putting these ranches in. Oh, and because we filled this pipe up, we need, yeah, we need the bathrooms to fill with water again. Which is fine, they will fill. It'll just take some time. Yeah, we need to be a little bit careful of that. Don't think people are running around with full bladders. Yeah, because these lavatories say lavatory ready. But we'll just need to keep an eye on that while we're filling the new bathroom loop. Yeah, I might as well put all this stuff in here as well. Because we're always going to want stuff for dupes to do inside the base while they're waiting for the suits to recharge, while it's still a thing. Go. Got some research done as well. I'm not sure what we were researching. I think we were just trying to keep people busy. Looks like... yeah, Bradport chamber. Yeah, we're not going to use that anytime soon. So, in terms of shipping, at the moment we're just shipping the eggs off, so that is fine. That can just go there, and we'll research again when people get idle. That is the general plan. Yeah, we've given people a fair amount of stuff to do. How's this going? Okay, we've got enough brine in there, so let's swap that for salt water. And set these to priority 8. So I don't think people are going to end up dumping it in here. It's just too much. And we've got enough steel for another one of these, so we're going to put that in too. Because these will deal with the geyser hydrogen. So we're also going to run, yeah, this pipe here. That is going to be hot hydrogen, so we don't want that going through our base. We want that to go around the base. We also wanted to, for now we just wanted to dissipate its heat as well. So I think we're literally just going to bring it up here. We'll bring it past the chlorine vent. And then this is where the hydrogen from the other base is going to come out of. So that will meet up with that hydrogen there. And then we'll send it... We'll just send it up and over the natural gas route. That's what we'll do. So that can go over here. We can just deconstruct this. We're not using this polymer pressing. And then we can deconstruct that. Put this in. And we'll figure out what to do with it afterwards. There's quite a lot of pipe that's already going in. But they should be able to build all of that. Oh, except for maybe this stuff. Oh, and there's slime here. Well, we can just take this around the slime. So instead of going here, we'll just take it literally around. It's probably eventually going to cook the slime anyways if we leave it uninsulated, so I'm alright with that. And then we'll just open this all up. We'll probably need to put some ladders in to do this. Oh, that's obviously a slime tile. Yeah, so that ladder will need to go here. Interesting that there's actually slime on the sedimentary rock. Notification. Yeah. So this should be Grub Grub Branch 3. Yeah. And then this one can be Grub Grub Branch 2. Okay. That is fine. This can be set to eggs and meats. Just like all the others. Who's idle? You have trapped yourself, sir. How? Oh, the sand. It's this one little tile of sand. That is fine. You might as well grab that as well. Every little bit helps. There's lots of sulfur up here, actually. This is handy for later. And copper as well. I should remember to grab all this copper. Yeah, I think I'm getting used to this fan. It is definitely making my feet cold. So it's doing some work cooling the room. Yeah, I just like watching these guys do their thing. Right, okay, so we've got a large amount of salt water in here. We're going to need an airflow tile to let the gases out. That is something we'll need to do. Because otherwise we're just going to end up with big pockets of gas in here. And I think this should work. I think this should push all of the gas out. Because this will... Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like we've got plastic, so we can build... I think I'm just going to start building the steam turbines, because I want to get the hydrogen line. So I think the plan is that we're going to have... I think the plan was actually that we were going to try and fit them all over here. So... I don't think we're going to need... 4 steam turbines. I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to dump the base hydrogen here, and then we're going to put electrolyzer hydrogen generators up here as well. So I think what we'll do for now is we'll just put in 2 steam turbines. We'll seal this off eventually anyway, so that's fine. That's not active at the moment. So does that actually let all the gas through? Not really. It's trying. I think we just build the whole lot as airflow tiles. That will get it done. But people have loads of stuff to do anyways, and I'm in no rush. I've got I've got the whole day to stream, and I kind of intend to do so. I went out and did all my shopping earlier. My girlfriend's seeing some of her friends from uni. So we're just gonna chill, and we're gonna let these guys crack on with all the work I've given them. We haven't let any slime lung out of here, so that's good. Yeah, no worries. You do you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with lurking. I do a lot of lurking. I've done a lot of lurking this week because it's just been drawing work. But yeah, a lot of the time I'm too busy to lurk. Yeah, we can probably dig a lot of this out as well. Let's grab some more of this sulfur. The good stuff. Okay, so I think this has worked. All the gas is left. So now I think we can tile this over and that should be fine. We'll let in a little more salt water. In fact, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put that... Thank you. I'm going to put that here. Because then I'll remember that's actually, then I can build stuff underneath it and let people through into the room. Yeah, looks like stuff's still getting done. We still want to let all this polluted water out, so we'll keep tiling this up. And I can deconstruct some of this. Well, we'll want to retile that, and then we can, yeah, then we can deconstruct this. Deconstruct those tiles. Deconstruct that tile. Deconstruct that tile. Dig here. Not bad. But yeah, these Thimbleweed will consume that polluted water at quite a quick rate, so we'll end up having this free space for the new set of bathrooms again. And if I catch any good dupes, we'll hire them, because I think we're actually going to get a decent amount of oxygen from up here, and we can just use that to supplement the electrolyzers. Like, what I might do is I might just have this go on a separate pipe, just to fill the base, and then the electrolyzers can fill the atmo suits. Because I'm not sure how much we can rely on this, but it'll just help keep the base pressurized. Because at the moment the base pressure is still kind of bad, but that's because we're trying to prioritize filling up the suits. And everyone's working outside at the moment. I just feel guilty because there's all this free oxygen roaming outside the base, and we're not currently using it. Yeah, cycle 240. Unreachable toilet. Yeah, we're going to get that notification a few times just while this is refilling up with water. So how is that pipe actually going to look? Yeah, it's probably going to go up and around like this one currently is. So we'll do that, but we won't put anything in until this is all cleared. Another skill point. Nice. I guess you can just have... building. Speed 2 through the night. Yeah, we haven't built these mesh tiles yet. Once those are built, we'll make sure to dump the salt water down here, because I think it's going to take too long for us to pitch pump this all out. We're not going to end up using it that quickly, and we just need the space back. But we can deconstruct these in the meantime. Deconstruct this. Dig these tiles. Some bleach stone. We'll need to make sure that gets stored somewhere. Yeah, this is gonna go dormant pretty soon, actually. So it's good that we've still got some polluted water we're gonna use up. Not that we're gonna die from a shortage of reed fiber. I mean, we've got 370, lots of it. So yeah, we'll let them go with that. You're just narcoleptic. You're just a big troll. That's fine. You certainly picked a good space to fall asleep. But yeah, we don't want that ladder there anymore. Dude, look, we got a picture of a gassy moo. Yeah, it's Quinn riding a gassy moo. Yeah, we actually have a chlorine vent, so we probably can oh my god. We probably can do gassy moo ranching. I'm very eager to try that. Because I got to gassy moos in one of my classic playthroughs, but I never got there on spaced out. What are you actually doing? Well, this isn't going to work. Just dig your way out there. That's fine. This is all reachable build, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, looks like we've got the liquids in here that we want. Maybe a little more salt. It doesn't matter. It's all full. That's the important thing. So that will turn off. Now, this is going to eventually be steam. So we're going to want to stick a thermoacrotuner in here. And because this is where the gases are coming out of, so the oxygen. I think what we'll want to do is we'll want to take these pipes and we'll actually want to run them through this area, and we'll use the thermoacrotuner to cool these steam turbines. No, that won't work, because the heat will just get... Ah! It's got attacked by a pigeon. Fucking hell. A pigeon just... Sorry, a pigeon just flew straight into the window in front of me. It's like a big smear. I think it's alright. Fucking hell. Yeah, it just flew back into the tree. It's left a... it's left a big pigeon-shaped imprint in my window. It's all dust off its feathers. Good grief. Right. Ugh. I'm alright. Oh, it's like the same feeling like when you're in a car and something hits your windscreen, but in my own house. Oh god. Right. So we're going to have steam turbines in here. We want these to delete the heat, so we want these to be self-cooled. Because if we put a thermoacrotuner in here, and we just send it up here, I guess it is deleting the heat, isn't it? Yeah, because so long as the temperature in here isn't getting too high. I think I may have forgotten how these actually work. going to heat up the steam. These are going to... So if this... We basically want this water steam to get to about 200 degrees. And then the steam turbine's going to be running at max power. So if we have a thermoactuator here and we just have the coolant running through here, then we'll keep this area nice and cold. Let's try it. Let's just try it. So this will need to be steel. So we're going to need some more steel first. So we'll need to wait for that. Blimey, that bird really shook me up. Some more stuff people can get on with in here. No, because people are mostly waiting for stuff from outside. We dig this. Make this regular tile. Make that regular tile. It's fine. Oh yeah, we should still keep tiling all of this. We can deconstruct this. We can dig that. The ladder can go up there. We need to make a better way for people to go around this way. I mean, I guess people can travel around this way now, but we need to connect it up a bit better. So like this probably, and then we can seal this. Then we can seal this off and just make it part of the base. Because to be honest, there's nothing really dangerous in here. Yeah, let's do that. Why does this have power? So the line must have overloaded. Yeah, we've still got loads of natural gas in here, so this shouldn't run out of power ever. Yeah, batteries are full, so the transformer line still has power. Yeah, we're gonna want that hydrogen pipe to go down here. So I think what I might actually do. Okay, not that. So I might just lead that pipe here. And then we'll need to navigate it over this somehow. Crap. Well, I'll figure that out. But yeah, deconstruct this. And then this pipe up here. Yeah, let's make this deconstruct priority 9. So we'll bridge this over here. I don't think we actually need that carbon dioxide to vent there. I think we just have it... I think we should just have the carbon dioxide vent here. So actually cancel deconstruct. I think I'm literally just going to move this over. And then we'll just deconstruct this whole line. Or, right, yeah, rather than doing that, what we'll do is we'll actually deconstruct that bit, and we'll just reuse that pipe for the hydrogen. Yeah, and instead of going all the way down here to this vent, we'll just deconstruct that, and then hook it up here. We'll make that priority 9. Yeah, I'm just glad that bird isn't bleeding. So it left a big imprint on the window, but yeah, there's no blood, it's just dust and feathers. Just little tufty bits. Yeah, that vent is working fine. We'll bring Pipo down there. We can cancel this. And then we're also going to want to put a vent here. This bit's full now, so we can put a vent here and have that actually vent into here. In fact, yeah, that's what we're going to want to do. Instead of connecting it directly, we're going to let it vent into here, and then we're going to have it pump from this room. Yeah, so we'll actually disconnect this. And then that can go like this. Because I think it's the same as what we're doing over here, in that we're having a natural gas pump. We're having a gas pump here for the natural gas, but we're having it vent into the room so it stores it infinitely. I think that's fine. Yeah, everyone's using the showers up here now at least, so that's good. And we've removed all of that water. We've sealed this off. So I think if we seal this off as well, this will just be part of the base. And then we can reclaim all of this space. Neat. Yeah, we'll get this all done eventually. But it's good to get all this hydrogen stored up, because eventually we're going to want liquid hydrogen anyways, aren't we? So we might as well just have a big room of hydrogen sitting and waiting to be used. If we don't end up using it all for power. Yeah, not bad. These probably aren't going to get done, are they? Because everyone's going to be building stuff outside the base first, and then we're not going to have any air in the docks for people to go and grab the copper. Although it looks like all the docks are working again now, so that's good. We're going to want to put more docks in at the top of the base, and the top of the base will be here. So this is where we're going to have our next exit. So we could probably start putting that in, actually. Because that is going to be at this level. No, that's not. Yeah, so that should be the next floor level. So it should actually be one lower. So, like this. Yeah. That is fine. So this will be the second exit for the base. So people can get in the exosuits, come out here, and they can go straight to the teleporter. And this is just where all the polluted water is going to end up. I think it's a pretty good plan. We getting hydrogen in this room? We are. We do actually need to vent this pipe. Yeah, before we do too much more. So for now, let's cut that off. And then there's some salt water here, so we can just vent it over this. We'll make that priority 9. There we go. Oh yeah, it's just really good to have the water again. And by that I mean the oxygen. Because the base is getting really empty. Still need to find a use for the CO2 geyser at some point. People are getting idle, so I'm probably gonna queue up some more research. Let's see. We might as well do all the radiation protection stuff. Yeah, people are having to wander quite a way now. There's probably a lot of long commutes going on. Yeah, for construction supply. That's fine. But once this wall is done, that we can actually just expand out into here properly. Yeah, we don't want to dump any more polluted water into here. This should be above 50. Yes, this is all getting done, that's good. So we've acquired some more plastic. So we're going to use that for another steam turbine. You are scalding. Yeah, so it looks like we've released some of that pressure. The heat is moving into this area. So we can actually dig this as well. That would help. Because we just want to insulate the heat from the radioactive biome. I don't mind the heat being everywhere else. Well, not literally everywhere else, but you know what I mean. Still got loads of phosphorus in there. Nice. Ooh, it's raining now. Fun. Right, what are we going to print? We do need a cook. I've been wanting cooks for ages. You are a good cook, but you've got the decor penalty and stuff. That's probably still worth it, just having a dedicated chef. I don't know. Let's actually have a look. What's everyone else's cooking skill at? So if we go around, I just look at people's skills. So -1, so that's obviously not very good. 0, 0, 0, 5, 12, -3, 12, 0, 0, 8. We've got some people who already have the cooking skill. They're just not necessarily interested in it. So I don't think I'm going to bother. No, we'll just take the salt water. Yeah, I'm hoping the nyctophobics are actually getting to sleep properly now, because we've got an extra light in this room now. It was too dark for them before. Right, so we've sealed that off now. So this area here is completely inside the basin. So we can actually just dig through here and just expand. There's food poisoning germs, but there's not slime lung germs. Food poisoning germs in the air are not a problem. So we can literally just dig all of this out. So we will do that. And then we can have this literally just go up here. To the top. So you are scolding. That makes sense. It is quite hot here. If it gets bad, you can go rest again. I mean, so long as it lets us know each time he's scolding, that's fine. We can just go check on him and make sure he's okay. So we've got skills. Yep, everyone's getting exosuit training. It's happening. It's happening, people are doing the things. So yeah, you can go to exosuit training. You already have it, so I guess we're getting building. Not bad. So there is a lot of polluted water here. We're going to need to pitch pump that. Feels bad, man. And then let's see exactly which tiles we can excavate. Because we're going to want to get rid of all the ones that we can. That should be fine. Let's actually grab it. Oh, you're coming here to grab all the swept water. That's funny. No, you can go rest. Well, the steam should condense. We can get rid of this. We don't need this to be here. Just give the steam more spaces to expand. Yeah, so we just want this room to vent until it's empty. So no one can go in. Just want to get all the natural gas and stuff out here. Because the liquid keeps filling this tile up, this should just keep working. We're just going to end up with a load of gas in here. But yeah, we can actually start expanding. We can breathe all of this oxygen, which is good. That ladder won't stay there forever. But we can start just properly setting out floors as well. Yeah, like we can dig all of that. Put that ladder there. Dig these. That's all fine. There's more diamond as well in these geodes. The geodes we found on this map have been pretty boring, but the fact that they've all contained diamond on the rim has just been really nice. Because it's meant we can get the aeropods. There's no slime lung in there either. There's more stuff we could grab in here actually, but I don't think it's super useful. But we're going to need to decontaminate this. We're going to need to decontaminate this before we do too much. I think the best way of doing that is perhaps just cooling this area of the slime. Like we'll put in like a heat wall or something. We've got some space we can use over here as well. I guess we could make this part of the base. I'm not sure what it would have in it, though. But we need to put another sweetle in there. Food-wise, we're pretty stable. Yeah, seems good. We have a few different things on the go at once. So what I could do as well, because this is venting the hydrogen at the moment. It's not going to get too hot here. So we could do the same arrangement here. The gas pump here. This will need to be steel. Actually, won't it? Yes. So we'll need to send a small amount of steel over. So we can put that in here. And enable this. Remove clothing. Manufacture material steel. Just send some of that over. Looks like we built the mesh tiles as well, so we can actually just release this water. So let's deconstruct these. Yeah, that shouldn't cause any problems. But I just want to clear the space, because we just want to ranch the grubs in there now. It's flooded. Yeah, that checks out. It's raining pretty bad outside now. I might shut my window. Let's watch this. Just watch the stream while I shut my window. Yeah, that's fine. But what that means is we can just deconstruct all of this as well. And we can actually just put the ranch there. Is this a sweepable quantity yet? Not quite. But yeah, we're going to want the bathrooms up here. We can actually start doing that. So let's start doing that. No, that's not right. We just want dupes to be able to go to the bathroom at the top of the base and in the middle. Yeah, there we go. And then, plumbing-wise, that pipe is eventually going to go up here, and it's going to come down here. But we need to clear the polluted water first. Oh no, we don't want those doors there. We just need to put the lights in. And while I remember, I should put the aeropot in this bathroom. So I'll do that. And this can be a door. I believe these doors are locked. They are, so we can make sure that this one's locked too. And then the waste from these will just go in here. And this should just mean that the dupes have somewhere else to go to the loo. Like, depending on where they are. Because eventually they'll be able to get into the base through here. So we can get that set up as well. We can dig this out. Dig this up. Tile it over. Yeah, I think that's fine. Although, I think we're going to put mesh here. Just in case they wet themselves. But we can deconstruct this. Dig this. And sweep this polluted water out. Wires for the lights can go here. And again, I'm going to put more oxygen diffusers up here just in case we find more algae. In fact, I can actually start doing some of this stuff. Just so that it's all done. Well, we're not going to hook those lights up yet. This polluted water should actually get drained fairly quickly. We're down to the last layer. But yeah, we will actually be taming the geysers in a bit. But for now, we just want to vent. Okay, we got some carbon dioxide in here. Maybe if I just tell us to stop venting, it will... Hold on, that's not right. There we go. Maybe we just tell it to stop venting, it will, like, the pressure will just delete the carbon dioxide. Or, to be honest, it's never going to actually go up here, is it? So I think we can call this one done. Because this is so little CO2, it's never going to make its way up to the pump. It's probably eventually going to get deleted anyways. Yeah, it's already getting deleted by just the vacuum pressure. Yeah, that's fine. We can stop venting all that hydrogen. So that can be deconstructed. There we go. We can deconstruct all of this as well. That's not really needed. Probably worth deconstructing that. I'm not going to deconstruct these until all the polluted water's gone. Okay, so we need to actually make a list of resources on here as well. So plastic, steel, glass, copper, iron, cobalt. Excuse me. It's probably good. Algae. It's a good one. Gold we should have on this list. What else are we going to have on here? Fertilizer, coal. Certainly won't need to be as big as the list on the other planet. Dirt is probably something we need to know about. Sand, maybe. Yeah, I think that'll do. So have we got steel? No. It still needs to be dropped off. So this is loaded, this just needs to be powered. So people will eventually power it. Or I can just hook that up. It's not actually going to be a problem, is it? Saves having someone come down here and run the wheel every time we want to send something over. We're going to want to get rid of all this anyways, aren't we? Oh, well, maybe not that. We'll need to ladder... I mean, if we just ladder here... That will do. And then we can get rid of all this stuff as well. And we'll just disable that. Disable this. We probably don't need to send that much steel over either. But we can't actually change the amount that's loaded in here. We'll just set it to priority 1 so we don't store any more. That's fine. So this is done, so we can sweep this up. Put these tiles in. And then we can re-tile this. But now, just because we want the carbon dioxide to settle in here on the oxyferns. We'll rejig this later. We're eventually going to make this a bristle blossom farm and have the oxyferns down here. But we may just keep lowering stuff a little bit. Like maybe if we... I think we lower stuff to these oil wells so that this is the bottom of the base. And then we can put another dock down here. And then everyone can get in and out of the base. Because we're designing a space with 30 dupes. Yeah, we haven't actually had any problems today. Stuff's just been happening and people have been doing it. What a miracle. There's a load of polluted water in here as well. But we're just gonna... We'll deal with that later. I guess it's gonna take like 20 cycles to drain all this. But now that we've swept that, we can tile over here at least. And then deconstruct that, dig this. Not too bad. We're gonna want the aero pots, yes. I need to make sure that these actually get done. How many of the mirth leaves do we have? We're out of mirth leaves. We'll probably be able to grab more. I was kind of hoping we can just keep using those. Maybe eventually we'll transition over to some other houseplants. Oh no, we don't want those here. We want one here. And then we want the automation stuff. So that can go there, that can go there. These can go like that. Yeah, there we go. Not too bad. So we still have steel over here. Hi, Florentine. How you doing? We're on a Max Sulfur map, so we've got 5 sulfur geysers. We're going to try and get them all hooked up and feed them to sweetens. But you're scolding, but that's fine. Probably don't stand right next to the gold volcano when it's erupting. This guy likes to get around. He's alright. Actually, they're out of food. I should probably go sort that out. So, Devon, what do you want? I think I'm just gonna give you tidying. Yeah, that's fine. Why are you out of food? There is food here, or there should be. I guess they've literally run out just for the interim. Well, we can grab some more plants. There's definitely swamp chard and things around. Yeah, so you can grab this. I think what's probably happened is that the food has just become inaccessible. Yes, I think all the food was over here, and he can no longer get there. So we'll just extend this across as well, and he'll be fine. But yeah, we got 20 dupes over here so far. We've got some plastic, we've got some steel. Things are going all right. The base is getting there. We're gonna try and hire some more dupes soon, but I just want to get everything set up for them. So we're putting in another bathroom at the top of the base. We're going to put some more atmosuit docks in. Try and hook up some more oxygen here as well. And there's hydrogen geysers that we're going to take. This one is pretty much ready to go. Like it's just hydrogen in this room now. So we'll set... how's that pipe looking? They still haven't deconstructed this yet. That is understandable. But yeah, that hydrogen is going to go in here. But we need to... Yeah, bollocks. We need to extract carbon dioxide from this pipe first. Because we were doing carbon dioxide in here. So just do that, and then we'll hook it up. And there's another hydrogen vent on the other planet that we're going to hook up as well. But we just need some steel for a pump for that, because I'm pretty sure eventually it's going to overheat. I mean, we don't need it for now. We can probably just build a normal pump. But I've been flopping around a lot, so we're gonna try and do things a bit more one at a time. Yeah. So there we go. Let's set this to send green signal if above 1,000 grams of pressure, I think, is what we normally do. Start getting hydrogen out of here. That's going to go around the base, because it's going to eventually be hot. And then we can just connect that into here. And then we can dump that in this room. And I need to remove the automation wire from there. Or put a bridge in. That's what I need to do. So that bridge will go here. And we'll deconstruct this. Actually, what I could probably do instead of that is I could just move the wire. Maybe we'll just do that instead. That could be lead, because this is going to be in insulated tiles. And then we'll deconstruct those. That should do. Yeah, I like the Whale Lord. That is a cool emote. Yeah, we're going to want to put some more plants in here. We're going to need to actually dig some more plants up, but there are loads of them around. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. There's still some carbon dioxide in this pipe, so we're going to need to get rid of that. So I'm just going to do this. And then we're going to get rid of that carbon dioxide. I haven't just filled this room with carbon dioxide, that's fine. Not sure why that ladder's there, that doesn't need to be there. Okay, so now we're good. So we'll connect that back up. So the hydrogen will flow once more. And then we just need to get this built, and that is being built. So no huge rush on that. And then this room will start filling with hydrogen. Right, you have steel now, no? I guess we're still building this wire. That's fine. I think it's probably preferable to having someone just run on the wheel. You know what? I'm just going to deconstruct these. That's fine. And then we'll make sure to deconstruct the wire as well. Otherwise, that one wire is going to overload and it's going to be super annoying. Yeah, more research. That's nice. It's just nice getting out of the way while people are idle. Who's idle now? The other planet is... Ah, you trapped yourself. Very clever. Well, I guess you don't need to do this ladder. let's watch this guy and make sure that he is okay. Yeah, this'll be fun. Yeah, now you've got access to all the food again. Yeah, all the food is over here. Yeah, you'll be fine. You're basically like that guy from The Martian in that you're the only one on this planet. And you are doing everything, but that is fine because you're a loner and you're skilled at everything because you're on your own. So what I'm gonna do... I might as well just wait. Might as well just wait for steel. There's no point. So we need a ranch, another sweetle. That one there. And this ranch is ready, so we can wrangle the grubs, because there are quite a few grubs in here now. Hold on, just let me actually select them. Yeah. This is gonna be, oh, hold on. There we go. This is gonna be a bit challenging. There are a lot of critters per tile at the moment. There we go. Yeah, I think I'll do. Oh, we need to let someone in here so that we can put the Weezewort in here. I forgot about that. But what are we deconstructing here? Just a wire. Okay, that's fine. So this vent is over pressure because there's too much liquid in here. So we need to... Has the hydrogen made it there yet? No. Well, it doesn't make any difference. But we'll just need to sweep this up a little bit. So let's just lower the pressure on this vent. That should do. And now this should let the gas out properly. Wow, you actually made it there before the hydrogen did. That's quite impressive. Very fast dupe. Yeah, food is staying cold. Not that we're storing a huge excess at the moment. So, yes, we are starting to get hydrogen in the room. It is going into the power plants, which are already connected, which are not currently connected to the battery because no one got around to building this. That's going to be a yellow alert. I mean, at the moment they're turned off, at least, because they are connected to a wire. But we're going to want that wire built ASAP, and then we're going to want this battery loaded, and then that is already heading to the right place. Yeah, it's pretty good. This poor Draco is just... he's born and raised in this steam turbine room. I do like the wild Dracos just wandering around. It amuses me. So this wire can just come under here. It's not a problem. I think we've blocked off access to some of the map, have we? No, I don't think we have. The amount of lead seems very low. I was fairly sure we had more lead than what we actually have. Maybe we've just been spending it on everything. This isn't quite what I wanted. Let's put a tile here. Who's made it? Wait, why have you... Oh no, why is this happening? It's because... I think it was just poor timing. Because the water is still refilling these bathrooms. So we just need people to sweep these. Yeah, come on, sweep. I'm hoping we're not going to get a load of accidents. We shouldn't. Ooh, coming in here. You don't all need to be in here, do you? Right, anyways, this should be a wheeze walk. Oh. Yeah, you need to come out there as well. Yeah. I'm gonna get some radiation, but we did get an extra wart seed, so we might as well use it. Yeah, it looks like you guys didn't actually grab the grubs. No. Well, we'll keep wrangling them. Come on. Right. Yes, you've got a dude. Nice. So we're still building this wire. It's going to take a little bit. What other stuff is currently going on? We still need to drain all of this. Which is happening, it's probably very slowly. What else is going on? So we haven't really got too much oxygen backed up in there. Like, it's still venting out here into the base. It's still filling up the suits. We're gonna have more suits to fill up in a minute, up here. So yeah, we can deconstruct all of these. Put that tile there once this is deconstructed. And we'll want to sweep up all of this polluted water as well. Right, you're gonna need to sleep for a little bit. And then we can just keep deconstructing these tiles slowly. Yeah, we're getting a good amount of gold out of this, so at least he'll have refined metal to build stuff with here. Yeah, we're going to want to build up to that as well. Yeah, sweep these. Then we can start building all of this. So again, I think we can just build these out of lead. We'll put the dock here on the mesh tile. Then we'll put... How many is that? 12. Yeah, perfect. And what we'll do is, instead of taking this pipe up here, we'll actually... or down there, that pipe is just going to go up here for now. And eventually it's going to fill these. Yeah. Like that. Okay, so that grub branch is almost full. We've got all the grubs out of there. Yeah, we are starting to consume all of that sucrose. That is all turning into mud, which we are then turning into water and dirt. So that is good. Right, what do we want? Don't think we want any of these guys. So, thimbleweed seeds. Just to add to the pile. That would need to be hooked up to the base as well. We're probably gonna hook that... I mean, is this all the same wire? No, that is actually a different wire. So we'll hook this onto the same wire as the rest of the base. I can go down here. Oh, actually, this would make more sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'll just raise it up. There we go. And then we can seal that off, and we can have something. We can have another room up here of some kind. Maybe this will be the seed analysis room. I don't know. We need to put it somewhere. Or maybe I think actually that one will go on the bottom, down here somewhere. Yeah. And we'll want... So these are the bathrooms. We've actually got some extra room up here to play with. I wonder what we're going to put here. I was considering putting more bedrooms. I mean, if we did that, we'd have enough... If we just made this all bedrooms, we'd have space for 36 dupes, which is enough for 3 atmosuit dogs. But then we need another mess. So I don't think we actually do that. I think we will just do other things here. I think we stick to the 30 dupes plan. So... Steel. Has that been dropped off yet? No, that wire still needs to be completed. This wire is all reachable. But I think people are just taking their time going and grabbing that. I'm going to want to grab all this lead as well. So let's just dig in here and grab it. That should all be grabbable. Then we can grab this too. I'm sure that will work out. But yeah, we now got hydrogen in here. And this is helping to fill the power spike. That is good. So where is that wire going? Yeah, that is going into the network. So that is working as intended. And we just got hydrogen in this room. Got a vent there just in case. Oh yeah, that's the actual vent where the geysers are coming out of. So this room will get hotter and hotter, and eventually it will cause this to evaporate. But we'll put a thermal aquature in there to help. Right, so we're going to want to put this. We're also going to want to dig all of these tiles now. And this will just be set to below 1,000. So we want to pump every last bit of this. And then we can just start tiling this over. Probably. Man, this base is getting really big. We're going to want to queue up some exosuits as well. So let's... We're going to need to make these out of iron. So we're going to need a lot more iron. So let's make another 12 of these. And then everyone will be able to leave the base at once. But we will need more iron to be made. So we'll turn this on and we'll turn this on. Yeah, that's fine. So we still want to fill this up with crude oil, so let's do that. Do we want to fill up with crude oil or salt water? Yeah, salt water. That's unreachable toilets. Yeah, this loop will nearly be full, and then we'll actually be able to use all of this. And we're working on draining all of this polluted water. So what are the temperatures looking like out of interest? So this room is always cold because there's just so many cold critters in there. This water is not getting cooled. In fact, it's actually getting hot. It's getting too hot. So what is going on with that? Is this not working? No, the room is getting too hot because these steam turbines haven't been working. Because... we've got a big layer of polluted oxygen there. We never solved that. Oh, okay. How do we solve that? I think the legit answer is that we just run this pump until all the polluted oxygen goes. Then we'll just sweep up the water later. Why did I disable this pump? That was not a good idea. But yeah, this room is getting a bit too hot. It probably also explains why we were running out of power, because these weren't running. Right, let's speed to it just a little bit. Yeah, at least we're getting lots of hydrogen in this room now. So that is something from last time that we didn't get around to doing. So who's going to go turn this on? And I think we can shut this room again. Cancel these sweeps. So at the moment, yeah, the problem with that is it all condenses up there, so we're going to have to do this intermittently. And just try and grab lumps of it at a time. Because the steam turbines will work for a bit until they stop working for whatever reason, when the room gets too cold. And then this will fill with polluted oxygen again. Actually, I know what the answer to this is. This is really janky, but we're going to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to put an element sensor here, and if it senses polluted oxygen, it's gonna turn the pump on. So let's do that. We shouldn't have to do this, but we got some in there, and I think that's the only way we're actually going to be able to do this without just forgetting about it. Yeah, it would be good to get all the exosuits made. Oh, that's why we're out of lead. It's because we were making all these docks. That does make sense. Why have we got natural gas in here? Oh, I think we always had natural gas in here. I just forgot that was the thing. So we need a gas element sensor, which we should have. Yes, here it is. Make that out of copper, I guess. And people should get on that pretty quickly. Yeah, room's filling with hydrogen, that's all good. This room is nearly done. It's nice. I could probably expand this out here, actually, and just have more surface for off-gassing. That's probably what I'm actually going to do. I like that idea. So I don't think we're actually going to end up using this much space. Because we can't fit a ranch here because of the geyser. Or at least not on our normal column. I think this is done. Yeah, this is done. So we can turn those off. That is now an airlock. So we just have normal doors that we can put here. Oh, that wasn't quite enough. I'm used to doing it with the oil. That's why I saw the 850 and I thought it was enough. I mean, that is still functioning, but we probably won't want that forever. I just like filling with the liquid just to be sure. We don't need that. We don't need that. Yeah, so what we actually want is this to detect polluted oxygen. And that way, once these stop working and the layer spreads out again, it will detect it and it will set this off. Okay, that's good. These are definitely going to overheat, but we'll live. Yeah, because this just isn't getting cool. And it's not going to get cool at the moment because the room's too hot. Maybe it's... I think I still want it cool, to be honest, don't I? We'll try. We'll try, but we're still making more iron. So we're probably gonna yeah, we've just been heating up the base. Like, we've spent all that time cooling all this water and we've just been heating it up again because all the heat from the sulfur has been going into the base. Not ideal. But we fixed the mistake. We've actually got a large amount of natural gas in here, no? Okay. See, what I could probably do is I could probably actually just seal this off. Make it part of the hydrogen room. And then we've got all the hydrogen that's absorbing the heat it needs. No, we don't want that because this is eventually going to be too hot for this. Yeah. My bad. What a good idea. It destroys everything. Right, this is now done. So you can stop with that. So we should be pretty close to getting these online. And we're just going to keep digging through and pushing this water out. Reclaiming this area for bathrooms. But yeah, we haven't had any more accidents. This water's starting to back up again, so once the loop is filled, we'll stop having these issues. Did this wire get built? It's still not built. I mean, everyone is doing stuff, so that's fine. Both our natural gas geysers are dormant, so we are gonna... Generator idle pump blocked. What gives? I'm just going to make this a high pressure vent. I think. Yeah, the water's just been pushed out somehow. Actually, maybe if I just do this, that will work. So let's get over there and dig this. Because I think so long as the water is just pouring on the vent, it should be fine. So we've currently not been running any natural gas power, but that's fine. I think we've just been running off steam power. Like, if we look at power usage... Yeah, it's all just been coming from the hydrogen generators. Yeah, like, we're literally not using the natural gas at the moment. It's pretty good. Very, very sustainable. And it is good because the geysers are dormant, so we would have had some trouble. But yeah, this should get the vent working again. I'm not sure why I thought that would work. I mean, it's not going to work in a moment because all this water's built up that's going to need to release, but eventually that should work because the water's just going to drip down here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, this is actually working on the water again. These are definitely going to get too hot eventually. Like, when this water hits 100, that's when we're in trouble. How are the suits going? Are people making suits? They are making suits. We're kind of waiting on iron for that at the moment. But you know what? I think that's actually probably enough suits now. So we're just going to turn the metal production off because we need the cooling. We want the oxyferns to work. We want the water to be cold. Actually, we've still got oxygen. I'm just going to turn it back on. We need to continue expanding our industry. It's more important than survival. Yeah, plastic, we're looking okay on. Yeah, because if we have 2 steam turbines up here and they're self-cooled, that should delete all of the heat from one aqua tuner. So that should be fine. So we'll just self-cool these. We'll put the aqua tuner in here. We'll set it to only run if it's at the right temperature. I believe we used lead for these pipes. We did. Good old lead. So we'll do that, as we always do. And then we use insulated pipe after that. So we'll bring that down here. And I think I'm just going to drop it here. Maybe I should drop it in the middle of the room. I think that'll probably make more sense. Let's put the vent in the middle of the room. Yeah, so I can go there. And then we can drop then we can put the thermo aqua tuner, like here or something. No, that doesn't make sense, because then the heat from this isn't going over to the turbines, because we're going to have other stuff here, I think. So let's actually take that. And we'll just put it here. It should be fine. No, we'll dump it here. We'll dump it to the side, and then we'll put the thermo aqua tuner between these things. Yeah, we're still getting plenty of steel, so that's good. What a steal. So we've still got long commutes. Yeah, it's just construction supply. Because they're just running all over the map to grab this lead. In fact, there's more lead in here as well. We should definitely grab that. It's very easy to grab lead too. We'll want the fossil too. Seems good. That circuit's being overloaded. This one is. Let's change those thresholds again. I think that's probably preventable. Okay. So then the power from these steam turbines. I think we can just hook this. I think we can just hook this here. Because it's not going to be too much power. Or actually, we could probably just combine it on the same line as all the other steam turbines. Yeah, that makes more sense. We'll do that. So that can go around. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't bridge into any heat areas. So we'll actually take it around here. This should be fine. Yeah, like that. I don't think that will cause any problems. Let's see, wrangle a Sweetle. There we go. Grubs are doing okay. Yeah, their egg chances are still really high for grubs, so we probably don't need them to tend plants to do their job. Them tending the plants would just be a nice side effect. But ultimately, we do want Sweetle eggs as well, so the important thing is that they're just eating the sugar. Yeah, that's fine. How's this looking? They're still working on it. Yeah, you're just grabbing lead from literally all over the map. Oh, we need a ladder here as well. That would be a good idea. Yeah, you just can't resist grabbing all that water that's pumped up. I mean, that's good, because we wanted it to go back to the other place, but perhaps not ideal. Right, we'll want to dig these out as well. We basically just want this whole area to take the heat from the steam vent for now. The steam vent is actually, for the most part, helping to cool this gold, but there's a lot of gold that's accumulated here now. We can dump this water down here. That's something that we should do. That will help it condense. Okay, so we're getting the docks built. That's good. I think we just speed to it for a bit, to be honest. These things are still working quite hard, but they're not quite overheating yet. Still getting suits made. We've got 3 left. Not too bad. So, did the steel get dropped off? No. No, because they're still doing that wire. There's lead up here as well. I mean, we're exosuiting all of this. We should actually just demolish the whole map now, shouldn't we? I mean, once we get the second lot of docks up, that's what we'll do. We'll just get people to start demolishing the whole map. Get from A to B a bit faster. We'll tile this up in the meantime. Wire can go there. We're getting close to the point where we can fill this in and build the next lot of bathrooms. Yeah, we can start getting these delivered. This isn't quite at the point of being sweepable yet. How's the water doing? The water is getting cold again. That's good. Yes, we should have fixed that a while ago. Yeah, we've still got the polluted oxygen there. I mean, if this... Oh, okay, actually, that's reduced to a fairly low amount now. We got we got some naphtha. It's a good sign. Just a little bit. We got an achievement. What are we getting an achievement for? They got better. Oh, someone got a disease and they cured it with a tablet. Oh, okay. I'll allow it. I don't mind having the odd bit of naphtha because we'll use it for liquid locks. I'm not going to produce it intentionally, but if we do get some, then that can be handy. We'll probably need it at some point. Hello, Mr. Draco. Yeah, the annoying thing is that we're going to need the pipe. Let's actually change the way this pipe is routed. Like, instead of going up there, let's just have it go, for now, let's just have it go around the outside so that we're going to get people using this. It's probably the more important thing. Yeah, these are starting to get too hot, so we're going to have to turn this back down to 135. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how this map has turned out now. I just need to actually sink some time into it. So let's speed to it again. Oh, actually, the other thing I should do is oxygen. So we're going to have oxygen up here. It's not always going to be oxygen. But what we can do is we can build a pump. Then we can do some shenanigans. So we'll do like a shut-off filter. I think I'm going to keep this here, and we'll feed this in to the atmo suits as well. We're fine. But what we'll do is we'll move that there. We'll have an element sensor here, and then we'll have a shuttle. So this is how you make a. This is how you can make a mostly powerless filter. So again, we'll make that out of lead. Because you can use a regular gas filter, but that uses 120 watts, and it's annoying. So if it's oxygen, this will activate, and then that will go over here, and probably just down here. That should be fine. And pretty soon I'll just delete this bridge and we'll just get that pipe working the right way. Why have we got... why do we have non-insulated here? That's hilarious. In fact, the temperatures in the base are extremely high. Which is fine. The base is supposed to run hot. Is it running too hot to cook to grow the plants? No. We don't want it to get above 50 degrees in the base. Let's see, dupes. No, you're not any good. Let's take some more seeds. We do eventually need to cool the oxygen. That's why we've got all this heat building up. It's got a random sand tile. Yes, we deconstruct these. Take this. Build this. So we'll need automation wire to go here. What have we unlocked? Germ sensor, radiation sensor. Interesting. The hot tub. The bane of my existence. We tried for so long to get that to work on my previous run. I'm just not going to bother this time. So we need power to go here as well. So I think we're just going to run that off this line. And yeah, if it's not oxygen, then we'll vent it. And we'll have another vent here. Yes, we can... Okay, not that one. Hold on, just let me do the thing. Okay, we can deconstruct this. Who is Scotland? It's always... Well, it is always you, that's fine. But you'll go have a rest. Yes, we'll put a vent here, and this can be... Maybe we'll just use this... I think we will just use this vent for the CO2 as well, because this is unreliable. I think it makes more sense. So, we'll hook this up, and that can go down here. And that can vent those gases here. And I'm just going to deconstruct all of that. Deconstruct this, deconstruct that, deconstruct that. Yeah, I'll make all the deconstructs priority 9 too. Yeah, there's no oxygen there at the moment. That's fine. Okay, so the oxygen is making it over. It's oh, this pipe is backing up, so this is actually working now. Okay. I guess we'll just leave it like that for now then. And yeah, that should all just merge into here, like it currently is. That is good. Speed to it again. I deleted the pipe, didn't I? Oh no, I never put a pipe here. It's amusing. That was the one thing I forgot. Okay. I'll put a pipe in. And I can just go like this. Yeah, I think we can get in here and access the stuff in that room. Let's have a look. Yeah, we can go in there and grab those data banks, so I'm not too worried about that. Man, I'm so hyped. Dysosphere program had another update, and they've added like 5 different planets to it. I really need to figure out how to get that to run at the same time as OBS without just lagging to hell. And if I can do that, I will stream Dysosphere program as well. I'm so hyped about that game. I've been meaning to do it for ages, but I've had plenty of stuff to do on here. But man, it's looking good, and I think I've figured out how to actually do the proliferation in a way that pleases me. So, yeah, watch this space. Okay, this steam is a bit colder again now, that's good. Yeah, I'm pleased with how this is turning out. I mean, we had a bit of a slow start, but we're getting there. Yeah, you should be proud of yourself. You've accomplished a lot. How's that wire looking? Yeah, wire is done. No? It's got 2 left. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how this is looking. I think I'll just keep speed 2ing it though. Research is done. Lead suits. Probably won't need those for a while. But better to get them done now than not have them later. Okay, so now we're building all this. That's nice. This does not need disinfecting. And then this is set to oxygen. So regular oxygen will go in here. Other gases will go here. And what we'll do is we'll get someone to sweep this yellow alert. And then we'll get that below 2 kilograms in that vent. And then we can let this out, actually. I think. We just need this to be built. We're very close. Looks like we have acquired more lead. We've dug it up. It's pretty good. I don't think we're super low on anything. We've still got loads of dirt. We obviously never ran out of coal because we stopped using that a while ago. We've got 300 tons of this stuff. Oh, I sweat too much. Crap. Wasn't paying attention. Who's going to do this? We just need to drop a very, very small amount off. Because that 34 grams isn't going to stay there. It's going to end up here. In the middle. Yeah. Pretty much what I expected. So just a very small amount. Yeah, that'll do. So that should work now. And at the moment, they're just going to keep filling with carbon dioxide forever. But we will eventually just release that. This is why I like these liquid locks, because it gives you a place to just vent gases. Like where you want them to go. And not worry about the pressure limit. Because it's going to be stable, because there's going to be enough liquid, it's not going to spill over. You're already using it to get people in and out of areas anyways, so why not? Yeah, stuff do. So we'll just keep doing that. We can put in the next lot of doors. And we can put in another bathroom. And eventually we'll get this online. And then it'll actually be really helpful. There's not much water left in here now, to be honest. But the result of that is we now have... Oh, hold on, this isn't working. Why isn't this working? Oh, because it's it's also going over here. Okay, that's actually quite funny. So we're gonna need a bridge that. Yeah, that should work. So we're gonna get some element damage, wrong element damage from that. And the pipe is also reversed flow. So now that means the excess oxygen from up here is going down here to this one. Which I'm fine with. No, because I want these docks. I want these docks to fill. So we actually want to do this. Oh no, that wasn't right, hold on. There we go. So we can deconstruct that. Let's Yeah, that should all be priority 9. I'm gonna priority 9 this stuff as well. Like, we can get the painting stuff. Yeah, we're gonna get some more element damage. No, don't deconstruct it. Yeah. I'm gonna be hyped. Like, getting all the people out of the base is gonna be really nice, and that checkpoint works now, so we can deconstruct this. Set this to vacancy only. Yeah, we can just straight up let people out now. Now everyone can leave the base at once if they like. Although these aren't full of oxygen, so that's not gonna happen just yet. Yeah, we're gonna need another bridge here. So we'll just do it like that. Just make sure that the oxygen is pulled from this pipe into these docks. Please. Hi, that guy 0266. Thanks very much. I like it too. It's finally working out. Like, we had some troubles with getting people enough oxygen, but we have a steam vent up here. That water is just flowing all the way down here to this steam vent. Water's going in that. We've got a steam vent here, and that's going through here. This guy's not having a very pleasant time, but he likes being alone, so he's not actually getting stressed. And he's looking after this planet. Yeah, you're fine. So we've got enough oxygen now. We can start hiring more dupes. Everyone's got some nice places to eat. The food is all being kept cool in this nice little freezer. This is... I like this a lot. This is super simple for a freezer. Like, you have a door, you have 2 liquids, so like crude oil and petroleum. Eventually you can do this with like visco gel, but that's a late game thing. And then it's just full of carbon dioxide, and I literally just have this thermoregulator hooked up to the main base power. And there's just hydrogen going through it until it's cold enough. And you can get this set up super early, like as soon as you get the tech. You don't need anything special. You just need some hydrogen or some natural gas. Natural gas also works well with this. Yeah, very good. I to get the 2 liquids in one tile like that. So what I did is the crude oil is denser than the petroleum, I believe. So I put a bottle emptier here in this room. I dropped out a little drop of crude oil, and then I changed that to drop a little drop of petroleum. And you can have any 2 liquids, and they'll do this. So you could have like water and salt water, or salt water and brine, like those sorts of things. And provided that no more liquids flow down the tiles here or here, it will stay stable. As soon as some other liquids enter these tiles, this will blow. So that's not very good. But I've used crude oil and petroleum here so that they don't freeze, because this room is like -20, and I just want to make sure this doesn't freeze, because I had a problem with that before. Oh, like literally grabs. Like you would have the bottle emptier, pour out crude oil, it would spill out all over the place, and then whatever you have left with is enough. And it's just the surface tension of these 2 little blobs. Like, they're 350 grams each. But the precise amount doesn't matter, just so long as there is some there. And you do the crude oil first and the petroleum second. Like, you do the heavier liquid first and then the lighter liquid. Because otherwise they'll try and swap and then it'll burst. But, I did this on either the first or the second episode of this, and you can see it on YouTube if you want to see it, me set it up. Because I have all the VODs from this playthrough there, and a few other VODs. I don't think Twitch keeps them for that long. But yeah, feel free to check them out. Anyways, so it looks like we're getting more plastic again. That's nice. Because I want to put plastic ladders all in the base. But that's gonna take a while. No problem. Yeah, how's this working? Is the excess oxygen working now? Yeah, that's good. So all the oxygen from this off-gassing polluted water is now going in here. This didn't quite work. Why didn't this quite work? Because what I'm doing here is I'm submerging a vent in less than 2 kilograms of liquid. And if you do that, then it will allow you to pass gases through it continuously. Like up here I have one that does natural gas, so this can just keep filling with natural gas forever. Yeah, I just like doing that so that you don't have to worry about the gas pressure pushing it out, because you can only have either a liquid or a gas on a tile. You can't have both, and it just takes the liquid pressure as the gas pressure. So that's quite a neat trick. I think we're gonna have to dump some more salt water in here, but I'll wait until morning. I don't need to wake someone up over that. Are you idle? Are you running out of things to do? How are you not stressed? Like, you like the whole area is just swimming in polluted oxygen. So let's see. Yeah, you've got yucky lungs, major eye irritation because you're going in steam and hydrogen and all that. Got light wounds. Got a shine bug that's probably not helping. And yet your stress is fine. Why? I mean, you're a loner, but I don't think that affects your stress. I guess you've still just got high morale. Yeah, because you've got a great hall, because you've got the recreation building, the decor item, and that's doing +6. You have a lot of downtime shifts, so that's working out well. And, oh, and you're talking on the phone. Yeah, that helps. He's been doing really well. Like, he's just been on this planet on his own for like 100 cycles, and he's just been getting on with it. We will eventually go back there properly and do something with it, but we've still got stuff to solve on this planet. Anyways, let's yellow alert this now that people are awake. Actually, this is what I wanted yellow alerting, not this. Who's going to come do that? Frankie. Yeah, we've still got loads of salt water just hanging around the base from earlier, that's fine. There's no more grubs down here. As soon as we get more, we'll put them in these ranches. We'll just keep processing all that sucrose. Yeah. There are you. Yeah, it looks like people are actually using these. I love it. Oh, my hay fever is back. Okay. Right, let's dump a little bit more liquid in here. Right, I think that's probably too much. Let's see what happens. Yeah, now we've got 7 kilograms of liquid in here. How did that happen? I guess it didn't end up being too much. We'll try again. Who's gonna load this? Lindsay. I wish the yellow alerts were on a proximity basis. Like, this guy could have stopped what he was doing and just immediately done that, because there's salt water here. But that's not how the errands work in this game, unfortunately. Like, eventually it'll be stable, we just need to get it set up right. Currently, there's some high-pressure oxygen here, and then there's some 2,000 grams of carbon dioxide there, so it's just not budging. But eventually it'll get displaced by all this liquid. Surely. You can't be serious. Well, I guess it didn't work. How do we solve this? I think we just tile this over, and then we just deconstruct it. There's no way that doesn't submerge it. What are you doing? Yeah, you're fine. Still just trying to dump more water. That's fine. Who's going to do this? Travaldo. Where are you? Yeah, you're in the base. That's fine. Looks like we're actually getting some paintings done as well. That's nice. We keep going in here. Deconstructing this. Slowly removing this polluted water from where we're going to have our base. We don't need to keep making things yellow alerts. Right, what happened? You've got to be kidding me. We've super compressed salt water into this one tile somehow. I'm confused now. This shouldn't be happening. You know what? I'm just going to replace this with a high pressure vent. We have some plastic now. We might as well actually just do that. I'm not going to waste all day on that. Yeah, these steam turbines are sitting at about the right temperature now, so that's good. The hydrogen is building up in this room, okay. But we're using a lot of it for power, to be fair. I don't expect it to heat this up anytime soon. We're just trying to get other stuff sorted first. Yeah, you're still fine. So we'll just put a high pressure vent here. And then that should equalize. Right. We're pretty... Actually, yeah, we can put that bathroom in there as well. Just expanding the bathroom capacity, because people were kind of missing bathroom time, because the bathrooms are too busy. So we're going to add a few more. We're just going to do what we normally do. We just need to get all this polluted water out of the way first. Right. No research, that's fine. We don't need to do research at the moment. How's the steel looking? Got 900 kilograms of steel. This wire has actually been finished now, so we are actually sending steel back to the other planet. That's good. We don't need to send that much steel. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a steel gas pump here. And then, even if we eventually insulate this, well, mostly insulate this, that'll be good enough. I just don't want the pump to overheat. But how do we do this on the other planet? We can do these a few different ways. So we put the ladders first, then the pump, then the sensor. That seems reasonable. So we'll just ladder around it. This shouldn't get too hot. And then we'll make the pump, put that there. Okay, you're probably a bit scalded now. Let's stop doing that. We just ended up with so much water mopped up here that he's trying to drop off. Got gold here, but it's not really cooling down effectively. We will tame this on this stream. I'm going to keep going for quite a few hours. But yeah, we will make sure the gold is actually getting cooled. Gold, out of all the volcanoes, gold is probably the easiest one to cool, just because it doesn't retain as much heat. Even if the temperature is very hot, the actual amount of thermal energy in the gold is lower than other metals. So we're going to want an atmos sensor. We'll make that out of, well, gold, I guess. We actually out of lead. Do we have... I don't think... oh, yeah, there's no lead on this planet. That's fine. Oh, no, we're making stuff out of iron. Yeah, there was cool iron in space. Yeah, that explains it. Right, okay. So, we'll make an atmos sensor. And I'm doing the pump this way, so that the pump won't pump if there's very low pressure. Because otherwise, it's going to be using a lot of power to pump very little gas. And I want to make sure it's not turning on, unless it's actually moving a decent amount of gas. So I never leave with that one. And that will be where the manual airlock goes. Just in case anyone needs to get in here. Or the mechanized airlock. I don't know why I keep calling them manual airlocks. Then this ladder can go up here. It's mostly just hydrogen here anyways. We'll need to sweep all this water up. Just in case that evaporates into steam later on. But that shouldn't happen for a while. And then power-wise... yeah, we're just using regular wires here. That's not a problem. We can just connect that down here like this. We don't need to be super neat with the wires here. And then the actual hydrogen itself... well, I mean, for now, I'm just going to vent it here. And then we're going to hook it up to the teleporter. There we go. So, to tame the hydrogen, like, the hydrogen comes out of the geyser at 500 degrees. However, it's not a lot of gas, in all honesty. So the heat dissipates fairly easily, but eventually it will build up. So for now, I'm just going to pump it out and dump the heat into the environment. But eventually the plan is to get the hydrogen down to about 250 degrees. And that hydrogen is going to go into this room with all this stuff made out of steel that can handle the high temperature. And then that heat is going to end up in the salt water, which is going to turn into steam. And then that's going to be run through some steam turbines to turn the heat into power. And you probably don't need to do this. Like, trying to get power out of the temperature of the hydrogen is probably... there's probably not a lot of power to be gained from it. But I wanted to try it, because I've not done it before. And it's 500 degrees. Like, it's a big number. I've got to do something with the big number. Anyways, it's not actually going to vent there, is it? I need it to be a small amount of liquid. So, what we're actually going to do is we're going to do this. We've got a small amount of liquid here. Gas pressure is slightly too high here to vent stuff normally. Actually, it's fairly low in here. Let's just not overcomplicate this. Let's just build the vent here. What do I usually do with all my excess CO2? Seems like a waste to vent it into space. That's a good question. There's a few different things I do. So, with the natural gas generators, you get pumped CO2 coming out of those. So what I do is I feed that into a canister filler, and then I use that for soda fountains. But that's not a lot. So you need to dump the rest of it somewhere. Oh, I need to sort this out. But there's a few different things you do. You either let it dump at the bottom of your base, which is currently what I've done, admittedly. Like, the whole base is sealed, so the CO2 can just keep building up down here, and that's not a problem to me. But what you can do is if you have like a map with a frozen area like space, because CO2 retains so little heat, you don't even have to necessarily vent it into space. You can just dump it up here and it will freeze solid. And then you can just store it as a liquefiable solid, provided it doesn't get too hot again. And then when you want to use it, you can just heat it up and then move it somewhere. Or you can feed it to slicksters, which are these little guys in the oil biomes. Although, where are the slicksters? Have I killed all the slicksters in this map? Not intentionally, but... oh no, here's one. So these little guys, you'll find them in oil biomes. and they eat CO2 and they turn it into oil, which is obviously very good and would solve global warming if we could do that. Yeah, you can ranch those, and they will eat CO2 and turn it into oil, which is obviously useful. Or you carbon skim it. So in my base, I have a carbon skimmer, and what that does is you feed it water, and it consumes carbon dioxide from the air and turns it into polluted water, the same amount. So what I do when the CO2 actually builds up in the base from people breathing is that will occasionally activate, and the polluted water will go up here and it'll feed some plants. But what you can do is you can just set it up to go to a water sieve, and then the polluted water will get sieved into regular water. So you're effectively then consuming sand to consume carbon dioxide. But to be honest, at that point, you might as well just vent it into space, because that way you're consuming the carbon dioxide without consuming the sand and the power to run the filter. So if you don't want to send it out into space, but you want to save it for later, and you don't... Like, I'm just doing this because it's convenient to me. But what you could actually do is you can just pump it up to a cold area and have it be solid, and store that for later. Or you can, yeah, slicksters. Slicksters are probably the best long-term solution, because you can just have like a wild area full of slicksters. I've done that before on a map where I've ended up with like 300 slicksters just from the excess eggs from my ranches, and they've consumed all the CO2 on the map. And then when they run out, they die, and you get meat. And so long as you have ranches where they're fed CO2, you like that's probably the best way of handling it, because then you're turning it into something actually useful. Anyways, we've got enough steel for the thermo aquatuner here, so we're going to put that here, and we're just going to inject a bit more heat into this area because we want to cool some more stuff. Like, we want to cool the actual oxygen and everything. So we might as well set this up. I'm going to set that up with polluted water in the loop. So that's going to be insulated pipe. This is going to be the cold stuff. This is going to be the hot stuff. I think I'm actually going to flip this around, because I think what I'm ultimately going to do, I'm going to turn these off, and we're going to empty these rooms again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to break in, and we're going to put the cooling pipes in here. I'm just going to cool all the oxygen as it comes out of the electrolyzers. I think that's what we're going to do with this. So here we are. Yeah. So now the cold water will come out here. The hot water will come in here. We then put the thermosensor. We'll make that out of lead. That's fine. That will turn the aquatuner on and off. So we'll set that to the target temperature for our water. And then if it's already cool enough, it will bypass. Like, this will turn off. So we'll put in a bridge here. In fact, what I'll actually do is I'll bring this pipe up here. So if the water is already cool enough, this won't activate, and instead the water will go through this pipe, and it will bridge on here. But because it's bridging, this pipe will run by default, so the cool water will always get priority at this junction. Hey Trent, how you doing? I've got a rare weekend stream because I've got some time. We're currently on our Max Sulfur map. We did a playthrough that we started back in April with loads of sulfur geysers, but I got COVID, and obviously, like, you know what happened with that. So we're about 250 cycles in. We've got about 20 dupes. We've got steel and plastic production now. Things are going alright. I'm looking for more dupes to hire, but I'm not really getting many good ones. So for now, I'm rejecting them. We'll have plenty of time. But yeah, we tamed one of the sulfur geysers down here. This isn't the best way of taming it, but I'm just like, sulfur as a solid is awful at conducting heat, so it's taking a long time to cool in here. But we're feeding that sulfur to Sweetles, and then the sucrose from that goes to Grubs, and that's eventually going to be turned into water. So the mud, the sucrose is going to get turned into mud, and that's going to get sludge pressed into dirt and water. And the ultimate aim is to hook up all 5 sulfur geysers and to have a base full of dupes that live just off the water from the mud. Which we can definitely do. But yeah, that's what I'm up to at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of fish. How many fish we got? We got 85 fish. That's not bad. We got 21 eggs up here. Yeah, these guys have been doing alright. Very happy with that, because we found the Pacu on the first episode and put it in here. Could have probably done it more efficiently, but we were very pleased to find it so soon. Anyways, back to this. So the cold water is going to come out of here. And then we're gonna back and forth it through here. And we'll probably just do that with granite piping rather than radiant piping. And we'll just loop it all the way through here. And then the hot water is going to come out here, and we'll just insulate that and we'll run it past here. The hydrogen, the heat from that will be fine. We'll keep the heat in there. That won't cause any problems. And then we're just going to send that all the way around here, because eventually this is all going to be electrolyzers. Probably. We'll send that back down here. That can just go in there, I think. You've been watching a few people do a challenge where you have to run the base entirely on 1 kilogram per second of methane. Yeah, because that... yeah, because you warm that up and it turns into natural gas. And then you've got carbon dioxide, you've got polluted water. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how that would work, but probably possible. That sounds like a fun challenge. I kind of want to do a challenge where I have just 1 dupe, and I'm not allowed any more. And I see how far I get. I think we're going to have to ladder across here. It's fine. And we'll just keep this ladder going up here. I might as well just... yeah, I'll leave that for now. You can dig all of this out too. But yeah, we'll vent this room. I might even expand it and just build all of them and then just hook them up later. And then we'll just get all the cooling set up. Anyways, how's the hydrogen vent going on the other planet? I guess I've given you a fair amount of stuff to do, so yeah, feel free to take your time on that one. Probably want to put some ladders in here as well. And we can dig that out. We need 8 dupes off of that. Yeah, I'll tell you what. If you feel like it, send me a link to one of those on my Discord, and I'll have a watch later, because I'm kind of curious as to how that would actually work. I'm having trouble visualizing it. But yeah, we've got water coming from the other planet now, so any excess water that's not being electrolyzed is going into oil wells. Well, an oil well. We could probably hook up a few more, actually. There's one down here we could probably hook up to. And then we're getting plastic from that. Like, there's no Drecos. We never ended up Dreco branching on this map. I figured we're going to have so many of these Sweetle and Grub branches, I don't really want to actually branch anything else. So we're just polymer pressing it. And we just got thimble reeds for the reed fiber. Anyways, what was I even doing? I was trying to vent this out. So at the moment, this liquid lock isn't functioning. We need to dump more salt water in here, and that's an emergency. I don't think we've let too much gas into the base. I think this was already here. We've got a lot of polluted oxygen up here from all this water. Can we sweep this yet? We can sweep this. Let's do that. And then we can actually start expanding up here as well. So... oh yeah, we turned these off. So that's why this isn't working. Because I want to redo all these pipes. Am I going to do that right now, though? Possibly. Anyways, this turbo aqua tuner will need to go on its own power loop. So do we have any consumers free? I don't think so. So we're going to need to add another block down here to the transformers. So I'll keep doing this. These friggin' plants are annoying me. Get out of here. And we'll start putting this all in. This is probably not the most efficient way of doing transformers, but I like it because I can keep them all in one place, and I can just keep expanding it in one direction and not have to worry about it. But then the end result is I end up with loads of conductive wires just going everywhere. So probably want to do if you just have lots of lead. But at least then everything gets its own wire, and I don't have to put transformers in random places. Because I think what I'll do eventually is I'll cool these as well, because they're probably generating a decent amount of heat. Like, eventually this is going to overheat, and we're going to need to either rebuild it out of gold, or we're just going to need to... we're just going to need to do something else. What are you doing? Okay, that's not... it's not very cash money. Just get out of there. Yeah, you're probably actually going to need an ammo suit to do this properly, aren't you? Or are you just going to get scolded a lot? Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Have I let this overflow again? I have. Fuck. God damn it. I am awful at paying attention to these. Right, we're just going to sit here and watch. Sorry, I'm not gonna leave this because I'm just gonna forget. I have the attention span of a sieve. No, that's not the right idiom. But we don't want to sweep too much. We already sweat too much. Oh god. Right. Look. Behave. Right, Frankie's gonna come and drop this off. We just want a little bit of liquid. Not the whole bowl. We need Frankie. There he is. Right, that should be enough. This should sort itself out. Yeah, there we go. Right. We're done. Yeah, thanks for that, Trent Scott. I'll watch that later. So all output, all inputs blocked. Not enough steam. Oh yeah, because this needs to evaporate. Yeah, that's fine. So where's this wire going to go anyways? It's going to go... let's see. We can make it out of lead. It's not a problem. Bridge it out here. And we'll just take it all the way around the outside. Perfect. We did it. No. There we go. I'm really glad I changed the copy button, how it works. So you can just, it just remembers stuff to copy now. This has gotten really disorganized. I'm gonna have to actually come back and organize this properly again, but this is why I'm not an electrical engineer in real life. So we're gonna have the consumers up here. They're gonna go like this. Right, and then put those in like that. I wonder how much power is actually running through this wire now. It must be quite a lot. Let's keep putting stuff in. Because in principle, we should have an equal number of inputs to outputs on this transformer spine, but that hasn't quite worked out. Then, yeah, that should be fine. It's like we need to fill some more ranches. So we got 4 sweetles we need. Actually, we need 5. I kind of dropped the ball on that. So 1, 2. Oh, you're a grub. You should also be ranched. 3. 4, 5. What else is going on? Okay, so this is actually working now. So the carbon dioxide is being vented out here. Okay, this isn't working because there's a bridge here. And the bridge needs to be before the junction. Yeah, that's what needs to happen. Let's just yellow alert this, because we don't want a load of polluted oxygen to end up in the atmosphere dogs. I'm pretty sure that damages them. But I don't actually remember. Wait, who's doing that? But the other reason we're doing this is because we want to make sure that the oxygen pressure here doesn't get too high, so that this does still off gas. Also, is it just me, or do liquid and gas bridges take forever to deconstruct compared to how long it actually takes to build them? I guess it might be because when I'm deconstructing them, I'm usually getting someone to do it as a yellow alert, and then they're like not doing it very well. Right, that is what we need. And then it will mix the gases. There we go. Right, that should be fun. So, Ellie, what do you want? Building. Ada, you can have exosuits. Frankie, you can have exosuits. Looks like we've almost got everyone on exosuit training now. That's really good. You can have more building. You've got some good morale on these guys as well. You actually got some research too. Well, you're the loner, so you're going to be on your own a lot. So you already have field research and digging. You have an interest in building, but building skill on its own doesn't really give you anything. I want to make sure that you can build important stuff. So we're probably going to head you towards exosuits. No, not exosuits, mechatronics. Just in case you need to build some rails. And then we'll do building. Yeah, let's keep doing this as well. Let's hook up these bathrooms. Just slowly. fact, actually, this water's done. We can do this now. So we can actually just deconstruct all of this. So yeah, you can all go. Don't need the pipe anymore. Everything must go. Oh, it's just nice being able to stream on a weekend, because the last few weekends have been super busy, like seeing family and stuff. And now I've actually just got some time to relax. As nice as seeing family is. What's yellow alert? Oh, no, that doesn't need to be yellow alert. I have a bad habit of doing that. Right, so now this should work properly. So if we get two different types of gases, they should merge one after the other. Yes, I like how that's looking. So what are the gases looking like in the base? So we've got a little bit of natural gas that ended up here. And we've got a little bit of natural gases here. And we've just got a big layer of polluted oxygen from all of this water. So we need to go and adjust that. Yeah, that's all fine. You guys are going to take some time to build these wires, but this is all buildable. So that should be fun. You are going to need to come in here and actually dig these plants. Maybe just dig the tiles instead if you'll do that quicker. God, I hate all of these friggin' plants. Alright. I'm gonna very quickly go and get a drink, but I will be back in like 5 minutes. I'm normally around on weekday evenings, so if you want to catch more of this, feel free to follow, and I'll see you in a bit. Alright, I'm back. I actually remembered I have some hazelnut milk in the fridge, so I am just drinking that instead of having a coffee. I've been drinking way too much caffeine recently, so I'm going to try and decaffeinate myself just a little bit. He says with a giant bottle of Coke on his desk. Anyways, yeah, let's go back. Alright. Yeah, I don't normally get it, but it was an offer, so I thought I might as well. And I really like it. When I'm ill, it's like my favorite thing to drink, because it just helps me feel better. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like when I'm ill, I think it's just a very small amount of caffeine, and I think it just does the trick. Like when a coffee would be too strong. Also, you're brave having a shower with the Draco. Well, what if the Draco gets in there and gets all wet? I guess it's just a hazard you'll have to put up with. Yeah, this is looking good. I'm still not 100% sure what I'm going to do with these 3 rooms, but we'll find a use for them. Probably more rec rooms. I mean, what other buildings do we have? We have the sauna and the hot tub. That's definitely going to be a room. In fact, I might put that room here. And then we'll have a vertical wind tunnel somewhere, won't we? You know, maybe that's what we'll put here. I think that would work well. Because we do want this in the base, but it's a bit too tall to fit in a normal place. So, yeah, I think we'll do that. That's going to require another consumer line. We can put that in. I'm getting very distracted. Like, I always do this. I set out with a goal of something specific to do in the game. Like, tame the hydrogen vents, or tame a gold volcano, or, like, build some branches. And then I just end up doing all this other random crap. But I guess it all needs to be done eventually, so the order doesn't matter so much. It just makes it kind of difficult to, like, like when I'm putting like the VOD together, I'm like trying to explain what I'm actually doing this time. It's just like I just do a load of random things. Come watch that for 8 hours. God, I hate these plants so fucking much. Plants should die. Also, you never noticed the fish tank. Yeah, this is new. Yeah, I got that set up during COVID. So very, very brief diversion. So yeah, I got some fish in there. I did all right. There's some channel points commands. I think you can interact with the fish tank with that. But yeah, they're all pretty happy. Water's a little bit hot at the moment, so I'm doing some water changes just to get the temperature down IRL. Unfortunately, I can't just hook up a thermo aquatuner to some steam turbines in my room and cool my fish tank. But yeah, they're doing all right. The last fish I got before I considered the tank full was a little ill, so I've been trying out some different medicines, and some of them have worked better than others. But we're still trying to solve the problem for good. The other fish have been coping absolutely fine. Like none of them have gotten ill. They've all been healthy. The platies, the orange ones, have been breeding, so that's good. Yeah, I think we can put everything in now. It's good. But yeah, I actually got myself like a room fan today because it was getting quite hot in the room. And it's very powerful, but that's not really helping to cool the fish tank. The fish, I think it's because I've got air pumps like oxygenating the water, and that's adding heat to the tank directly. So eventually the heat's just building up and I need to cool that off. So I'm basically doing what I do in this game, and I'm just dumping a load of cold water on it. It's pretty much doing the trick. I have some fishy emotes as well. The different denizens of the tank. There are some actual commissioned emotes that'll be coming soon, but I'm just getting them approved. And I need to incorporate them into my channel design, as it were. Yeah. Spots. So we'll just build that in for now. We'll eventually put the wind tunnel here and we'll hook a wire around, but that's not a priority. We'll leave that for now. This was kind of silly. I shouldn't have done that. But we can dig all of this out now. We can just expand. And actually get these bathrooms finished. Yeah. So that will be the top of the base. I think the plan, eventually, is... Well, the transit tubes are going to go up here, and I'm going to have like a... I'm going to have internal transit tubes, just in case. And I'm going to have external transit tubes as well. And these rooms here can be internal or external. I can put the wall either side. So we'll see how that goes. That's why I'm just leaving all this space here, just for things like this. But yeah, let's actually get these bathrooms hooked up. Because it's probably going to help my dupes. That was the wrong place. Yeah, so sinks. There we go. It was like having the lights on just so they go to the bathroom faster. And then we can lock these. Then power-wise, I can hook these lamps up. Wow, it's really satisfying to see them build all this stuff so quickly. Like, these guys are getting properly trained. They're doing a good job. I'll probably move this pipe eventually, but I can stay there for now. Just cover it with some doors. So I can pretend it doesn't exist. Right, what circuit's overloaded? This one. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is there so much power going through this one line? What? What have I done? Oh, I accidentally, that should be heavy watt wire. Hold on. There we go. Okay. That is fine. Hold on. Oh my god, I built the whole fucking wire out of iron. Ah, no. I did not want to build this out of iron. Right. Lead. Okay. Rebuild the whole thing out of lead. We're not making tons and tons of iron for you to waste on these wires. Oh, we ran out of lead. Oh, okay. That's acceptable. We must have just lost access to the lead. But we need to rebuild that heavy watt wire out of the correct material. And that needs to happen immediately. Oh, I'm going to be paranoid now. I'm going to be paranoid that I built all of this... built all this stuff out of iron. Yeah, because it should be yellow. We shouldn't have any, we We shouldn't have any red wires anywhere. That's a fire pole. I think we were right. I think it was just that one thing. Like, I think we've just lost access to the oil somehow. The oil by where all the lead is. So where's the music? I don't know where the music's gone. Maybe it's just very quiet. Yeah, these steam turbines are at the right temperature, that's fine. Do we still need more iron? Well, I mean, we filled all the atmo suits now. So we just need iron for steel, so we'll just turn this back on. Yeah, we vented both of the electrolyzers. The docks do have plenty of oxygen, so now is the time to come in here and break into this. So let's have a look. What am I doing? Right, let's just turn these off. Turn these off and just break in. We'll put all these pipes in. I'm actually going to change the stream title because I think this is the actual project we're going to do today. Is cooling oxygen. Because I want to make sure that the base isn't just overheating from all this hot oxygen we're putting in it. Like, it's designed to run at 50 degrees, but, like, I don't want it to get above 50 degrees. That'd be pretty bad. There we go. Stream title changed. Yeah, we'll literally just break in and do all this. And if we do it this way, we should be able to reach all of these tiles, maybe? I might even just put some ladders in. Just leave them there, just so that we can access this middle tile. So where is this yellow alert? Oh no, that doesn't need to be a yellow alert. Yeah, there we go. We fixed the wire. Yeah, we're consuming most of this hydrogen. We've consumed most of the natural gas as well. So we do kind of need to hook up the hydrogen over here as well. Stuff is getting built. He's taking his time, but he's not doing too badly. And he's just living there on his own. Like, there's no farms, there's no algae diffuser, or oxygen diffuser. He's just living off the polluted oxygen fumes and just random paku in puddles. He's absolutely Bear Grylls-ing it? Bear Grylls-ing it. There we go. But yeah, we'll keep this granite and we'll just extend this all the way out here. I think I'm just gonna start building these contraptions everywhere, and we're gonna figure out where our pipe's going. Yeah, we'll just lay this all out. So we have room for 6 electrolyzers. I don't think we're ever going to end up making that many, but I guess it's good just reserving that space for them. build these ladders as well. And we'll dig all of this out. Oh, we're not going to be able to get under here. Let's just, we'll just do 4. That's a more reasonable amount of electrolyzers. So we'll probably just hook them up like this. Actually, no, like this. Oh yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just break into here and we'll vent these all off. And I need to figure out where to actually stick the vents, because I think I'm just going to redo all this piping. Like we'll just have this piping go somewhere else. I think this is fine. There's plenty of oxygen in the base again. We're getting some more over here. I might as well do this before I hire a load of extra dupes. Yeah, I'll put these ladders here. And, yep, pumps can go there. Stick all this stuff in there. Let a load of salt water out. Not intentionally. Got some yodeling going on. Okay, you know what? I think we can actually deconstruct the ladders here. And then we could put these in. And then we can start putting all the switches and stuff in again. We're going to want to sweep all of this. So there we go. And we'll just get this area super cold. Yeah, the yodelers are really good because the yodeling is like Balloon Buddy, but it's for construction, machinery, and digging, I think. So it's really good. Yeah, where... So the hydrogen pipes, I'm pretty happy with them just going this way. And we've got room for 2 more hydrogen generators over here, so that those pipes can just continue to go this way. These ones can just go up here. But then the actual oxygen from these things. So we've got 4 pipes. Where am I going to send them all? Because what I could do is I could... I'll use this thermal aquatuner to cool this area as well. But... no, I won't. Actually, I totally could do that. Then where would the water from the steam turbines go? Well, we could just vent that somewhere. Just trying to figure it out. You're right, that dupe is trapped. Thank you for letting me know. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how this is going to work. We'll just get these areas super cold. I think it's just what we'll do. In fact, what I'll actually do is I'll take this pipe and I'll connect it up here. No, we don't care about... Yeah, no, this is fine. We'll just get these areas super cold and they'll get pumped through cold. That should work. Let's not overcomplicate this. In fact, I'm actually just going to move this pipe there. Yeah, we'll do that instead. Power-wise, this is probably going to require another line, isn't it? Well, we already built another line. So we can go hook that up. Let's see, so that line is connecting in here. This line will connect in here. We were going to use that for the wind tunnel, but I guess we'll just use it for electrolyzers instead. That is fine. Yeah, we'll just send that through here. Yeah, that'll do. We got some principles. Let's print something off. We got a rancher. That is something I'm going to take. We need more ranchers. You can't dig, but that's not probably going to be a problem. So Abe, yeah, you can go for that. The first new dupe for a while. Good stuff. Right, we need another sweetle. But over here. Yeah, let's priority 9 all of this. So what's actually stopping us from getting this working? So we're going to want to feed on the polluted water. So that is going to need to go somewhere like this. So, like this. Easy. Ugh. We're actually making a good amount of plastic. Wow, we've got 3 tons of plastic. Yes. I completely forgot about that. So we can put in all these beds now. And then we can have the 30 dupes in the base if we want. Although I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon. Looks like the bathrooms are all full now. That's good. I guess the dupes are going to go up here to the bathroom instead of downstairs for change. Yep. Is there anything to do in there? I think I just put crown molding on this. I don't think there's anything else I want in these rooms. Oh, we're going to want crown modding on this. Definitely. Yep, and we can put in another marble statue. There we go. Yeah, we need to make sure that the actual electrolyzer stuff is working properly, because we can't have that turned off for too long. We actually need to make sure we can... I think we can build all of that. The only bit we can't necessarily build is over here. So we'll dig down here as well. But everything else should be buildable from that ladder. The sweetles keep dying. Got some more grubs. Some wormlings by the looks of it. There we go. And some actual grubs. Let me just grab this. There we go. How many guys we got in here now? That's a lot. We should probably eat some of these guys. We're running out of food anyways. I wish it told you how many eggs there were as well. But the computer's actually been running pretty well today. I'm actually very tempted to move these steam turbines one tile over. Because I might want to put a tile here and put some liquid here. And it's not symmetrical. You know, the best reasons for doing stuff. Yeah, that should be fairly easy to do. So, and the other reason is that we can then build the turbine and get it working while this room is still open. That probably makes sense. Right, let's speed to it a little. We need to get stuff done. So we need another sweetle for ranch. Kind of annoyed that I'm gonna have to rebuild all this, but I think it makes sense for the long run to do it over here. Oh, I didn't need to demolish any of that pipe. I could have just pliers all of it. Oh, whatever. Whatever. It won't take you very long, it's just pipe. Yeah, so then we just need to deconstruct the ladder. The power wires, we can move them over. Like that. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, now we can just put this here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the vent here. And we'll keep the thermocouple where it is. There we go. Nice and easy. So we've got the polluted water entering the loop. Am I going to want to move this over a little bit? Probably. Move that up there. Deconstruct this. Just want to get everything done properly. because I'm not going to want to come back in here. Automation wire can go here. Get rid of that. Oh, hold on. That's not right. Whoops. It doesn't matter. We'll evaporate that anyways. Yeah, that vent needs to be deconstructed immediately. Thank you. That won't cause any problems because it won't off gas. Then we can put these pumps in here. Put the Atmos sensors there. Put the switches here. Put the... And then we can deconstruct these. Yeah, we can reach all of this from that ladder. So we'll deconstruct the ladders. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to want the bridge to go here. Yeah, like that. There we go. That will do. We're quite excited to get this working and actually have loads of cold oxygen going into the base. And then we can start having normal plants in the base and things. But yeah, these pipes... I mean, this is 4 high, so I think what I'm going to do is... I think what we'll actually do is this. We'll just put loads of bridges in. Okay, that doesn't need to go there. We just need these pipes to go somewhere. And we'll probably want to make these insulated as well, actually. But we'll... Yeah, we might as well do that now. So, insulated gas pipe. Yeah, like that. The hydrogen pipe will just go down here. He's scolding. You're scolding again. You're fine. Have you finished the... Oh, you have finished the hydrogen thing. Okay. That's good. So we're going to want this to go... Some green signal if... So what's the actual gas pressure in here? So we've got a mix of gases. We just want to vent this. We've got the vent here. The vent is not over pressure. So we just want to vent this, full stop. So... Some green signal if below 10,000. So we're actually pretty close to getting all the hydrogen out. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so the loop is full of... well, the loop is almost full of... Diluted water. There we go. We'll just get this loop full. Yeah, that's done now. So we can deconstruct that. Deconstruct... I guess I'll leave the rest of those there for now, just in case. Yeah, I'm interested to see how effective this is. I don't know why that's insulated. That shouldn't be insulated. It should be normal pipe. It's the annual balloon convention. You must have a balloon to build this pipework. And then this will be insulated, so that can go here. We can build that bridge there. And then we need this to all be insulated pipe, probably. And then this can be uninsulated. And we'll just, I don't know where we'll send those vents, just wherever we feel like. So I think what we'll do is we'll just send these ones to where they were originally going. Which I think was like this. No, it wasn't. It was like yellow's ones. And then, in terms of actual vents for those, we'll need to start putting vents in the actual base as well. For now, I'm just gonna put them here, but we're gonna change that. Yeah, let's build the electrolyzers as well. And then we need to send the water along here. That's fine. How's this all looking? Not too bad. We can deconstruct these wires. Well, I mean, we can deconstruct that if we really want. But yeah, pretty sure the oxygen pressure is going to go down in here at some point. We've still got a decent amount of oxygen from up here, just from all the polluted water from the other parts of the base. But it's not going to keep us going for long. So I think ultimately what's going to happen is we're going to have a third pipe go to an atmosuit dock down here. And then a fourth one would probably just go to a rocket or space or something. But we'll want to put vents in a few places. And I've covered every single possible tile with decor things. So I think what I'll probably do is I'll just put all the vents on the side over here, and then on the sides of the ranches. I think that will work. We'll just put a load and we'll just evenly distribute them. What's going on here? There you go. We haven't got spaces here. I mean, I never ended up actually doing anything with this Dreco room. Like, we never actually built or connected anything in here. So let's just deconstruct this. Skill Scrubber we'll probably find a better place for in the end, but that could stay for now. So, because we're literally not doing Drecos, so we don't need to share them. But yeah, I would put the vents in this middle column, but eventually we're going to have transit tubes. So I think what I'll do is I'll literally just put vents here. You could probably do the rest. So yeah, we'll just deconstruct that. I put a vent here. And then vent, 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 vent. And then we'll just put them over here as well. Not quite like that. Yes, so we will... So what I want to do is I want to fill up the docks first. Then any excess oxygen is to go to the vents. So what we could probably do is just have it come off this line here. And then we can just have it come down like this. Let's just get rid of this pipe. We're gonna completely redo this. Because each of these pipes will be full of oxygen. Yeah, we probably don't actually need to cancel that. We'll just pliers this. I don't think this will affect the liquid lock. Oh, that doesn't even need to go there. Hold on. Yeah, we can get rid of these doors. I don't think we need, like, a separate room there. We'll have it go there. That's a neat place to put the skill scrubber, so we'll just leave it there. No, what am I doing? It's natural gas. I guess we'll just bridge this. Although, something I've just realized is that we're not getting any natural gas for the gas range while it's, the geyser's not erupting. We should fix that. Like, this pipe should actually exit this room, probably. There's no way we're going to get it past all this oxygen, though, is there? We don't want it going through the base. Maybe we just take that pipe the other way around. Like, yeah, 'cause, like, we could take it over here, bridge it through, and then just take it down this side of the base. Yeah, I like that. But we'll do that later. That's not a priority at the moment. We need to get the oxygen stuff finished. Yeah. So how's this going? Yeah, it's just a lot of lead deliveries. We're pretty much running out of hydrogen. This needs a. This definitely needs a sensor, like a hydro and atmo sensor. Actually, I'm gonna build that on the other side. That should be fine. That needs to be priority 9. Let's see if someone does that. Yeah, looks like no one's done that yet. Don't know why I've got mop commands up there. We can build these two. So we need to fill these with liquids. Oh, we need to actually get in here as well to build that. Crap. Yeah, we actually need to get in that side. Yeah, this is all turned off, so that shouldn't be a problem. We need to be able to vent these. What I may actually do is put little bends in these pipes so that we can vent them up here. I think that makes sense. We've got loads of plastic now, so we'll just make these high pressure vents. Not worry about any of that stuff anymore. Stupid Draco. So the thermo aquatuner is now working because it's actually plugged in. Do we want this to work? Probably not. But we just wanted to cool all the oxygen down here. So I'm gonna set this to not run at the moment. But yeah, that seemed to fill with the right amount of liquid, so that's good. Right, let's speak to it. Oh, the space is getting really big now. Got a big column of bedrooms. We've got a big column of transformers. We've got a workshop in here. We've got electrolyzers here. Fish. We're going to have this whole column for ranches, and then we're going to expand that as far as we can, really. Of course, there's a lot of geysers in the way. Unpermitted food. Right. Spindly grub fruit. Yes. People need to cook. People need to cook, and we actually need to eat animals. Let's grab some more of the grubs as well. Is this set to... What do you mean set to 6 Earth? Ah, bollocks. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about that. I think we need to attack some critters, so we'll just grab 1 or 2 of them over here. It's a lot more than 1 or 2. So, what ladders are the dupes using the most? Let's have a look at the traffic overlay. So, perhaps predictably, the most used one is the one inside the base. So, let's make that plastic. We have a large amount of plastic now. Okay, maybe not quite as large as I thought. Well, that's fine. These are already queued up, so that should get built. We have some oil in here. That's not correct. Let's pay attention to this and make sure someone sweeps the right. Oh god. How did that oil get in there? Right, let's have a look. Now, of course, you need a ladder to get down there. This is going to be time-consuming getting this all working, but it should work fairly soon. We've got time. We just need to think. We just need to think, and we just need to actually get these built so that we don't run out of oxygen in the base. Because some of the suits are starting to run out of oxygen as well. What are you doing? Oh, you're okay. Yeah, you're fine. What's the yellow alert? Oh, the sweep. Can someone come in here and do this? Yes, they are coming. Okay, that's good. Good stuff. Yeah, just sweep the oil only. Okay. That should be it. Okay, that's not quite how that worked. Balls, balls, balls. I think we're going to need to sweep this all and redo it. Oh, and now it's too much liquid. Oh, that's actually going to be a problem, isn't it? No, it's resettled. Okay, what a relief. Huh? No, that's definitely not what happened. Okay, no. Just stop. Go rest. There's just too much liquid in here now. So we're going to need to deconstruct that and then do something. This is all broken anyway, so that's fine. So surely now you can sweep some of these. No. Let's switch liquid in all 3 tiles. Nice. Expertly managed. We'll just let it all go. Oh, we do need to get these working again. We'll set these to just disable them. In the meantime, looks like we're murdering animals. Murdering animals, getting plastic ladders installed, that's good. Yeah, we just need to get these working. So we'll need to put a mesh tile in here. There we go. I believe in you, you can do it. Yep, we can come in here and do that. Not sure why I made those out of aluminium. It's fine. Need another sweetle for the ranch. But we're going to wait until later to do that. Okay. So now I can dump the liquids back in here again with the others. You are very slow, sir. You are like the one dude who isn't trained to do any of this, and you're coming in here to do it. Nice. So we can start to dump brine in these. And we can do the same here. And we want like 150 kilograms per tile. So just enough that we can sweep it up. And the right amount so that the electrolyzer doesn't overpressurize. Okay. So we're going to need a little bit more than that. This one is fine. We just need to vent the gas from this one. We're putting the vents in here. Okay, no more yellow alerts. Okay. We're going to have a Dreco in our electrolyzer? Is that something we can do? Are we allowed? Right, how much brine is that? 200 kilograms. There's another 200 kilograms. That's fine. So we'll end up with about 100 kilograms in each tile. And ideally we want about 150. And then we'll put the salt water on top. I don't want any of these dupes. I guess we'll take the pipsqueak. Yeah, I'm very eager to get this actually working. We are still getting some oxygen from this though. That's not bad. Yeah, this is starting to vent. So they probably put in 200 kilograms there. Yeah, that's fine. So these all just need one more lot each. So people are currently working on this. They're about to. This is still busy murdering. Yeah, we need to murder all of the sage hatches. We don't need hatches anymore. Okay, let's speed to it through the break. Yeah, getting the calories up. That'll do for now. Then yeah, this still hasn't been done. So we actually do need people to come through here. Break that. We can deconstruct this. Put in the roof. That doesn't need to be yellow alert. But that can be priority 5. There we go. And then we can deconstruct these. This. Okay. Well, at least the bathrooms are working again. Okay, let's speed to it through the break again. Hoping to get this done by cycle 260. Oh, and let's turn these off. So we've got the water in here anyways, at least. This should all work in theory. Maybe just seal this up now. Yeah, that's probably fine. So who's doing this? No one at the moment. It's on people's lists. What's Harold doing? Storing materials. This shouldn't be priority 9, this should be priority 8. Yeah, so Lindsay is going to do that. Harold is going to do this. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, so we want this to get to about 150. Yeah, that'll probably do. And then we want to switch this to salt water. I have to admit, I prefer if we had 2 liquids that were different colors for this. But we don't really have a choice. So this one's set to 140. We'll try and set this one to 142. Probably not going to get it 100% right. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, and then we can watch this one. Okay, that will do. This one's on salt water. But they'll always do a full lot of salt water first. We want about 150 kilograms per tile on that as well. Okay. We want a little more than... Oh, who's doing all this? Yep, Lindsay's still grabbing some more, Ellie's grabbing some. People are grabbing it all. It's grabbing very small amounts. Just trying to keep an eye on it, just to make sure they don't overfill them. Right, there we go. That'll do. So now we can seal this one up. Okay. We got 2 on the go at the same time. Oh, but they're the first lots, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. Ugh, who's idle? Ren. You are not very smart. Let's priority 9 this, but other than that I think it'll be fine. You're trapped in an oxygenated area, that is not particularly a problem. I think we can just seal this up as well. I think we've got everything we want in here. So, anyone coming to drop some more of this off? Some bubbles the list. Speed to it a little bit. We're probably going to end up with a load of saltwater bottles in here that people just haven't swept. Right, there we go. That will do. So now we can start putting stuff in here. So I think we can just deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. And put the pump in. Yeah, there we go. Not too bad. So I can deconstruct this. Put the pumps in. Although in all honesty, we could probably actually just link this area together, but I like the idea of each electrolyzer being independent. Like, being able to operate each one independently. I feel like that's probably a good thing. Oh, you actually built that one first. That doesn't usually happen. You're still there. That's alright, people are coming to rescue you very slowly. There you go. You have saved yourself. So we're pretty close to getting these ready again. We just need to seal them up and vent them. So in terms of venting the oxygen, where can we vent these? I mean, we can vent these 3 pipes here. You know what, let's actually cancel these for now. Get some more plastic available again. Let's put vents in there. Okay. We'll tile that in. This should all be hooked up. I don't think I've forgotten anything. So we can, yes, we can tile that one. We got a Draco. You're in the wrong chamber, buddy. You want to be in the hydrogen chamber. You'll probably escape. Okay, let's speed to it again. So what have you got? You've got lots of natural gas in there, so I don't want to vent you inside the base at all. So for now, I'm just going to vent you here. Actually, there's not quite room to put the vent in here. But we shouldn't need to use it all the time. Someone's recorded a clip. I'm not sure of what. Maybe I recorded it by accident. Right, let's wrangle the grub. There we go. Oh, we need to get rid of the Draco. There we go. Where did I put the other grubs? I swear I had more of them. Need 3 Sweetles. There we go. Meanwhile, the plastic keeps getting produced. Yeah, I get the feeling the water's probably actually building up down here quite well. Yeah, it has, and we've ended up with a load of brine in there. Oh my god. Oh. I wasn't paying attention to that. I don't think we've got brine in any of our pipes. Let's do some yellow alert sweeps just to get rid of all that excess water. We do not want that getting in our pump. How are you doing? You're fine. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, you probably don't actually need to do that one. That one is good. Yep. There we go, we're fine again. Crisis averted. Yeah, this is very close to being done. Just need this pump to get built. That's currently happening. We can put this in here. Yeah, it'll be really exciting because we can turn on the cooling soon, and then we will have our cold oxygen. Which is good. I'm thinking this will work cooling it in this room where it builds up, because eventually we're going to have the giant reservoirs of oxygen here. So I think it makes sense cooling this area specifically. Yeah, this is going well. There we go. So once this is sealed, I believe we can... Well, I think we can start venting everything anyways. Actually, we just need the vents to be built first. But people are working on that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so these ones I can start venting. And what I'm going to want as well... Right, so let's set this to above 0. So that one should start venting. We'll just cut this off for now. Yeah, that's good. I think we could start doing this for all of them now. Although these ones don't have power because that wire never got finished because they're still doing it. Okay, that is fine. They're almost done. That's a lot of pumps. Pumpity pumpity pump. Ugh. Definitely a bit easier now that we have these high pressure vents, but I don't intend on using them all the time. Well, I mean, maybe we will, because we'll get the plastic. I don't think the plastic is actually a problem anymore. Okay, so that's all actually venting now. That's a lot of pumps. So this gas will disappear fairly soon. And we're probably going to use up all the water very quickly doing this, but that's fine. We then need to decide where the oxygen pipes are actually going. So I think for now, I'm literally just going to hook it up exactly how I had it before, but we'll just have the spare ones as well. And I'll eventually figure out something better, but for now, that just needs to be done. And then for this one, we can have that go out here. Like this. Yeah, that's fine. So you guys can get all those pipes finished, and then these should all be good to go. And we'll get to breathe again. Yes. Man, the critters in these ranches are dying off pretty quickly. I think it's just old age. There we go. Wrangle you. You're going to be an actual ranch again pretty soon. So let's wrangle the grubs. There we go. That will do. Okay, we trapped a single Dreco in here. I mean, that room's gonna be full of hydrogen anyways. I guess he's the colony mascot now. Like, we didn't branch any Drecos. We're just gonna have one in our electrolyzer, and that's what we're gonna do. I'm not breaking him out there. I mean, it's not like he's going to consume the hydrogen. But yeah, we've got micrograms of oxygen there, so I could probably just speed to this. And then, I guess I'll just leave these empty for now. Like, disable these. And then we'll need to put some more hydrogen generators in here. That's fine, we can put them like here. Because we need this room just for the hot hydrogen from the geysers. Or, well, we don't need it, but that's like the aim. Yeah, this should be set to above 1000. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Then these can be made out of gold, I suppose. So we're gonna need to go find some more gold. Let's see. Where's the nearest convenient gold? This is convenient gold. Well, I mean, there's blue water there. Maybe just ladder up here. Yeah, let's just do that. And these areas are actually starting to get too hot. Like, this isn't condensing properly anymore. So, we're going to want to actually tame these as well. Rather than just letting them off gas into the environment. This one's kind of having the same problem. Eventually, we're not going to have enough water if we just don't tame them. Okay, let's speak to it for a little bit. Watch the metals for a little bit. Yeah, gas pressure's pretty low again. We're alright. Yeah, this is all vented now, so we can disable these. Then this hydrogen can go... Oh. Well, it's kind of amusing. I guess we'll just... I guess we'll just do this. That wasn't actually what I intended, but I mean, if it works, it works. So, we'll build another one of these out of gold when we mine some. Yeah, they should grab that pretty quickly. We have a lot of oil in here now. The constraint is very much getting people to actually refine stuff. And we're eventually going to set up a boiler for that, but that is not an urgent task. Yeah, and for now, I guess I'll just put some vents here. Like, we'll remove these later, but it's just so that they're actually being used for now. We'll hook them up somewhere else eventually. What's the ladder going? Oh, there we go. Done pretty much immediately. Very nice. It's not full of germs. That's also very nice. Okay. So in terms of power, those would be hooked up to a separate power line. As a generator. So the nearest available line is this one. So where would that go? Guess we could conductive wire bridge that there. This is getting very, very hairy. So that would go up here, then that would just feed into here. And then we just yellow alert this wire bridge. The aim of the game is to turn the entire map into lead wires. And these will need their own battery as well, which we can just put here. Again, we'll make that out of iron. And that can be lead wire. Well, I must say, I think that ended up working out quite well. Although, I guess we didn't need to fill this whole bit with steam. And this room may not ever actually get that hot, but we'll see what happens. We've got a good amount of liquid in here, so I don't think we're going to have too many issues. But we are going to need to probably get some access room. Yeah, we're going to need this ladder to continue down here. This is getting very silly. In fact, actually, now that I think about it, I could have just built these wire bridges and then pliers. But let's just get them all done. The power of the third dimension. I'm actually going to turn this fan on for it's getting quite much. I thought it wasn't doing anything, but it actually was. It's so loud, but it is effective. I could feel the coldness in my feet. So I think we're ready to go. Apart from okay, well the hydrogen is fine. We can leave the hydrogen for now. But I think all of the oxygen is ready to go. So I'm going to save it just in case I've forgotten something. But we probably won't need to reload. But we'll just need to go and set these all again. So this can be set to 1000. And these can be set to 2000. Yeah, and then we just flip these all on. And it works. Let's see. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, it works. Okay. The flooded electrolyzers are working admirably. The Dreco is doing its best. Everything's coming together. So that means we've got oxygen filling up in here, got hydrogen filling up in here, and eventually everything's going to start getting pumped. I'm already pumped, but the gases are also going to get pumped. So we'll see how they turn on. The one liquid pipe is definitely enough to handle all of that. So. But yeah, I think we're just about getting there. Yeah, and it all turns on. And none of the vents are active, so it should all go where it should go. This needs to be set to 10 and 20. There we go. All these yellow alerts. Yeah, people are doing that. So now the oxygen is going to start flowing again. Some of it's just going to go straight in the base, some of it's going to go to the docks first. I think that's a success. And then the final part of the puzzle is obviously turning this on. So send green signal. So turn this on if it's above, let's say 20 degrees. No, actually, let's say 35 because I want the water to come out at 21 as the coolest. Okay. Oh, I think there's one too many liquid tiles in here. Okay. We can fix that. And then hopefully this will actually cool the oxygen. Okay, that should do. So the actual oxygen's coming out of here. It's coming out hot at the moment. Because... should I have made install that radiant pipe? That could have been something I did. I think what we'll do... I think we'll just keep it as the granite pipe. We'll just set this to run cooler. Set this to 20. And then eventually it will hit that temperature. I mean, the base can run up to 50 degrees without issues. So that's not too bad. But eventually this will get chilled by the liquid. Because if we look at the two pipes as well, so this is coming in at 16.7. I mean, well, that's not been heated up. We'll leave this to run for a little bit. So we'll see when the colder water starts to come out of this. It's probably when that break is. Yeah, so it looks like... oh, okay, hold on. There we go. So it looks like, at the moment, it's doing about 2 degrees worth of cooling. That's not great. Maybe just run this super cold. I mean, there should be enough cooling for this, so I'm just going to set this super cold and see what happens. Oh, wait, it can't get that cold because the polluted water will freeze. I think we set it to like -5, and that's as cold as it will go. So... we'll do that. Then we're going to get some very cold water. It's certainly doing some work. It's probably not doing the full amount of work of the thermo aquatuner. Okay, dupes. I don't think I want any of these guys, so bowl pup, that is going to immediately get eaten, I think. Attack. Attack. Then ranch the grubs. There you go. How many have we got now? Assume that was before, really. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is perfect. Maybe we do just need radiant pipes in here. I don't know. We'll see first. Worst case, we can break in and do it again. So, like, we can leave the hydrogen up here, and we can just vent these oxygens and do it. There's not too much effort to redo that. Alright. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, this is heating up the water quite a lot, so actually this is going to turn to steam very quickly. So let's watch that happen. Yeah, we've got some nice cold water coming out of that. So this should all turn to steam pretty quickly. And this probably won't run for a while. Because the steam won't get quite that hot for a while. Okay, any second now. Okay, there we go. We got our first little pocket of steam. Yeah, because it's coming out of here quite hot. I'm just trying to chill these rooms. I think we do need the radiant pipe. We're getting salt water from all the salt water evaporating. We're getting salt from all the salt water. That is fine. we'll just leave that in there. Yeah, the polluted water won't evaporate until later. Okay, let's actually turn these... Let's turn these off again. I think we are going to replace this all with radiant piping. I thought I could get away with the lead. Just vent all of this. Yeah, I don't think the granite is quite conductive enough because we need the full 14 degrees of cooling. We've got about 5 degrees of cooling. But it's still gonna be too hot. We're not getting any polluted oxygen, are we? No, there's too much steam pressure. Yeah, this is all going to evaporate fairly soon. What else is happening in the meantime, actually? Yeah, grubs are getting dropped off. There you go. Sulfur, we still have loads of that. Tempted to start putting in more sulfur ranches, but I know we haven't got the geysers hooked up yet. We'll probably use this to cool the sulfur geyser as well. Maybe. Because that loop is coming out right here. We might as well use it to cool the sulfur as well. Oh, we need to hook this. We need to hook this up. Whoops. There you go. Skills. What skills do people want? We got building, exosuits, building, building, building. What do you even want, Meep? And I don't know, tiny. building. I think we've got pretty much almost everyone on exosuits now. Yeah, you can have digging, I guess. Suits. There you go. Sucrose still isn't being fully consumed yet. They'll get there. But yeah, I'm just glad this is working. So in the meantime, we can put some more plastic ladders in. So yeah, I think I'll just do those going all the way to the bottom. That does not need to be yellow alert. There we go. And how's it looking over here? So we've vented a lot of hydrogen out of this room, and it is all hydrogen now. So we can just deconstruct this. Lock this. And then we're sending hydrogen over. And it looks like we've been sending hydrogen over for a while because the vent overpressurized. I didn't quite consider that. So we vented a little bit of out over here. So we go back to the teleporter. So that's... Okay, that hasn't actually gone anywhere because we never built this pipe. Okay. And that's unreachable, technically. It's fine. Well, that kind of saved us from some hassle, because otherwise we could probably ended up with a load of gases we didn't want in that pipe. So that's just hydrogen now. And that can all come over here as well. Yeah, I like it. We're still very much filling up these docks again because they were getting pretty empty. Okay, so next on the list, before I forget, we have a natural gas. We want to sort out the natural gas for this. I mean, the geysers come back online, which is convenient, but what I want to actually do is build the gas pipe this way and hook that up to the natural gas room itself. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to bring the natural gas from the other side of the base. So that can come this way. Dig through that, and then we'll come over here. And that can go out here, like this. Yeah, that should be fine, I think. There's slime lung in the insulated rock. Ow. Okay. But I think we can access all of that. So I'll just let them crack on. Yeah, this could be set to eggs. Okay. So these ones are empty. We just need all 4 to be empty, and then we'll open these again. Then we'll replace it with the refined stuff. Although, actually, let's have a look. Oh, okay. You know what? I think we're fine. This is actually cooled down now. Or it's probably just been because I turned the electrolyzers off and they're not generating the heat anymore. That's probably what actually happened. We'll replace all the pipes anyways. I'm going to do this. We might as well do it right. And then we can actually hook it up to this sulfur geyser as well. In fact, that's dormant. Let's actually dig that. We'll do something like that. Just in case. Just in case it leaks. And we'll analyze this, and then we'll hook this up to the same cooling network. So we got steam. Not all of this salt water evaporated. And obviously this water isn't heating up at the moment, so it's not warming this anymore. But it looks like this is mostly working as intended. Alright, let's speed to it. Welcome back, Neo. It's pretty good. So we tamed the hydrogen. Well, we didn't tame them, but like we've harnessed the hydrogen geysers, so they're currently dumping their heat off into the surroundings. But we're getting the hydrogen from them, and we're doing the same on this planet. It's being guarded by the hatches, apparently. So we've got 2 hydrogen geysers hooked up. They are going. They're going into our expanded block here. So the hydrogen itself is being dumped in this room, where eventually the hydrogen is going to be hot and it's going to heat the steam up. And in the meantime, we put in a thermo aqua tuner down here to also heat the steam up and to cool the oxygen. So we're just trying to... We're going to replace all of this piping with radiant piping, because this isn't cooling it efficiently enough. I was kind of hoping we could avoid doing that, but I don't think we can. So yeah, we expanded this to 4, and we've got a Dreco in here for some reason. And yeah, because we just wanted to get like 2 is enough for the population we have at the moment, but I wanted to have more just in case I needed to make a sudden burst of oxygen. And obviously, eventually, when we hire more dupes, that'll be needed. Because eventually, we're going to have so much water from the grub mud. We're going to need to electrolyze it all. So we're going to have a block of 4 here. I'm going to leave a gap around the sulfur geyser where we're going to cool it, and then we're going to extend it out here. And eventually that's where we're going to produce all of the oxygen and hydrogen and stuff for everything we do. And we're going to be able to sustain a lot of dupes off of it. Did anything else interesting happen? We got some exosuit docks set up here. We've got the polluted water just coming straight out of the vent here. It was dumping down here, and we just moved it all up here. We've got some oxygen coming off that. We're filtering that, and we're sending that to our atmosuits as well. Although this isn't quite working. It looks like sometimes we're getting some polluted oxygen coming in. Now, why is that? I think it's probably because we got like more than one polluted oxygen blob at a time. I mean, it's kind of difficult to notice because at the moment, like, it's all being built, so the line is stopping. But I think what I should do is deconstruct this, then extend the pipeline, and that gives us a bit more buffer time. Actually, like that, and then we'll put that bridge here. Yeah, like that. And actually, let's go and let all of that, because we're going to send a lot of polluted oxygen to the docks if we don't do that. So you're actually idle. So that's nice for you. Got a load of water down here. Steam vent is now dormant. So what do you actually want to do then? I guess you can grab more copper for now. That will do. Oh god. Stop polluting my oxygen. There's just a lot of off-gassing here. We've got these deodorizers to get the clay production going. But I don't think they're 100% doing it. Like, if we look at the gas overlay... You know, at the moment, this is just oxygen. Maybe it's just this polluted oxygen that the pump is picking up. That could be it. Oh god, because it's being dumped out here and then it's just immediately floating back up, isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening. So I actually need that vent to be like over here. That's actually what I should be doing. Okay, you know what? Forget this. Deconstruct that. And deconstruct these. And we'll just send the polluted oxygen over here, and then I'll get caught by all the other stuff. And we'll just put the vent here, and then that won't. No. We'll just put the vent here. That should be fine. Actually, you know what would make even more sense than that? Bring it like this. I really didn't give you enough to do, did I? I'm digging here. I'll find something proper for you to do in a minute. I'm annoyed because some carbon dioxide ended up in here ages ago, and it's been damaging these plants ever since. Yeah, we'll just put that vent here. And that way all the deodorizers will get used. Right, these are empty again now. So we can enable these again. Set these to below. And then we can come in here, deconstruct all of these. And then we'll just replace all the piping with radium pipe. You know, like you're actually supposed to. So, do we have it? Yeah, I guess we'll just use lead. Lead's pretty good for this. Yeah, that's fine. I'll speed to it a little bit. Okay, it's all steam in here now. That's good. Yeah, I got this new fan. It's super loud, but it's alright. As long as you guys can't hear it, that's the important thing. I'm sure people are going to come in here and do this in a sec. Yeah, it's good. It's huge. It's way it's way more powerful than I thought it would be. Yeah, I like these grubs. We will get them taming some plants soon. Yeah, so you're breaking through here. Get the plank. How much steel have we got now? We got 7.3 tons of iron. Probably don't need that much iron. We'll go back to steel production. Plastic is still going all right. Actually, yeah, let's put those beds back in now. That is fine. And oh, we want a plant up here. Plant there, and I'm gonna replace. Yeah, I need to deconstruct that and replace the plant here. No problem. Thanks for stopping by, and have a good day. Right, let's speed to it because I think I'm going to be a while just delivering this lead. I think we just about reached a point where we would put in another branch for these guys. I'm surprised though, we haven't actually made a dent in the sucrose. Like, we haven't seen that number start going down yet. So we're just gonna keep expanding this until we consume it all. Because I want all that water as well. There we go. So yeah, we can just put all the normal stuff in here. There we go. Yeah, once I put this pipe in, we tested it. I think that's probably where I'll wrap it up today. Because we've got a lot of stuff done. And I've got to admit, I kind of want to try out the Isosphere program, but I think I'm probably going to do that off stream. Because they keep dropping updates for it. I might actually, what I might do is I might try and figure out how to get that running on my stream via recording. See if it'll work performance-wise. Yeah, that's good. I think most people are getting their phone calls done now, so not too many people are missing the sleep. Yeah, I think I need to lower the priority on this stuff. Because I do actually need the other stuff to be done first. And, oh, blimey, why have I set all this to dig? I didn't mean to do that. Did I? No, we're fine. We do want the gold, though, so we'll grab the gold, and we'll leave this thing. At least we'll try. That should work. Yeah, the moment I imagine everyone is just on a big trip to go get lead. Yeah. Hold on. What's going on? Why have we got polluted oxygen? Oh, how do we get polluted oxygen in here? Is it coming through the pipe? I think there must have just been a small amount of polluted oxygen in one of these rooms. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, because this needs to be set to 1,000. Yeah, I imagine there was just a small amount of polluted oxygen here. Right, so that's kind of wrecking our hydrogen room. Uh, so let's just vent all of this for now. Like that. It's fine. There's not too much hydrogen in there anyways, so we'll just vent it. Get rid of it all. Right, let's speed 2 this and get these pipes installed. I don't like speed 2 it because it's spending so much time pondering. Like, if I go to long commutes and I look at the actual work time, like 6% of it is pondering, i.e. just figuring out what to do. And they're spending more time doing that than actually ranching. That's what happens if you leave it on speed 2 and speed 3. It speeds up your game, and it doesn't actually speed up how quickly they do things, because they spend more time thinking relative to the actual pace of the game. And that's why I don't play on speed 2 and speed 3 that much. Yeah, looks like we're getting most of the pipe done. What's the gas is like in here now? We've still got a decent amount. Yeah, we'll just spend all of it. That's fine. We'll collect all of the waste gases eventually. Yeah, hopefully this will heat up more. Deal with the oxygen. Yeah, it's just really not worth doing. But you can see the difference. Yeah, we can put this in here as well. Then notifier, the critter sensor, and then the automation wire. Be set here. And then eventually we'll have 4 more sweeter ranches here as well. We've got a decent amount of sulfur built up, so maybe we can just get those built now. And eventually we'll fill it with plants, and then, like, occasionally we'll open the door and let them tend plants. We'll see how it goes. This is just the one guy now. Okay, this actually needs to be set to 0. Because we need to vent the whole room. Yeah, the gas is absorbing the heat from here, which I suppose is the exact opposite of what I was going for. But this is all steel anyways. It's just, like, this room is supposed to be with the really hot hydrogen, so it's not a problem. Right, the pipe is installed. So now we need to seal this up and vent it again. And there we go. Oh, hold on. Just a sec. Whiskers is knocked the thermometer out. Let me just go put that back on. You silly goose. You're a silly goose, you are. You're a very silly fish. There we go. I'll feed you in a minute. Right, I'm back. Whiskers is a very silly goose. Why is it Dracos always find a way? Yeah, I know, right? It's because they climb over everything. But at least he's in the hydrogen part, compared to the actual part. The oxygen part. But he's fine, he's just chilling. He's a bit glum, but, well, he's growing some scales. He's going to do that for the next 120 cycles. Yeah, we'll get these all built. Oh, it looks like these are actually working now. Neat. I'm absolutely sure that you're not going to seal yourself in there. Actually, you very well could seal yourself in there. That's kind of funny. Let's move you out. There you go. Who's idle? Oh, it's probably you. Yeah, I don't really have a lot you can do at the moment. I think we discovered all the geysers. Guess we can come in here, grab this. Yeah, I think this is working a lot better now. It's actually getting quite hot, which is good. Yeah, you're fine. We'll just activate these all at once. Yeah, we just got loads of plastic. So I'm just going to extend this ladder all the way up. There we go. Feels good, man. Also, when I was just adjusting with the thermometer in the tank, the top of the tank for some reason is covered in algae at the moment, and I got a load of algae on my hand. I know my hand smells of algae. I should probably wash my hand. I rinsed it off, but I realized that I rinsed it off in the tank water, so it was, yeah. You know, I'll be right back. I'll just be a sec. Sorry. Right, back. Nice clean hands. There we go. So we just need to seal this up and then just vent those rooms. So let's speed to it. We can wrangle a guy here for this ranch. Yeah, that's all good. Man, this base is becoming huge. It's probably a good thing. Plants. Here we go. We're gonna keep making these out of diamond because we have lots of diamond. And then printables. You're a very good operator. We'll take you. There we go. So you can go into operating. And then you can grab... digging, just in case. It's all good. Then priority-wise, yeah, you can focus on operating. That is fine. Slowly starting to increase the amount of dupes again. Now we've got some extra oxygen capacity. Yeah, this loop's working pretty hard now. That's good. So this is done. So we can set this back to 1000 and change the routing again. So we'll go there. Go there. Yeah, clean out that room. Good to see the steam turbines working. How's the power situation anyways? So, yeah, in terms of power generation, most of it was coming from the natural gas generators today. We had some steam turbine uptime. Yeah, most of the power is thermoactuners, gas pumps, and the polymer presses have been working pretty non-stop. We haven't got oil at the moment. There is plenty of oil in here. We just don't want this to overflow, really. Okay, you built that. Yeah, please build this. Also, one thing I've noticed is that his balloon seems to have, like, some kind of duplicate. Like, Joshua's balloon specifically is lagging. Is it just me? It's kind of weird. Oh, maybe he's got balloons from two separate dupes. Is that a thing that can happen? I don't know. But anyways, you guys shouldn't actually have too much more to do at the moment, surely. Oh yeah, so Ruby, you're gonna go and just stand here and do this, aren't you? That's fine. Very, very slowly. Well, that's better than nothing. Another skill point. These guys are earning skill points very quickly. Yeah, what temperature is this liquid at? Okay, so that liquid's at... Yeah, that liquid is cold. It's heating up by 4.5 degrees in here. And yeah, it's cooling the base again. So if we look at it here versus here, it's getting about 9 degrees of cooling there. That's fine. I'm gonna wrap it up in about half an hour because I've got dinner on the way. Yeah, so these are being built. I feel like we actually made a decent amount of progress today. Like, we weren't just trapped in our base. That is good. Yeah, so now we've re-enabled those. There's no hydrogen in here, that's fine. So now we can re-enable these. There we go. So we'll vent these rooms and then we'll get it working again. And we'll see how much of a difference that makes to the temperature of the oxygen. Because it was getting cold, but that was only because these weren't actually running, producing hot oxygen. This has been analyzed? No. That should probably happen. Because the next thing we do is we're gonna... What we may end up doing is just setting up a really cold block and chilling all the sulfur in there. I don't know. So what else is actually happening at the moment? You're building the comfy beds. That's good. We do need some more of those mirth leaves. So yeah, feel free to uproot these wherever you see them. We do need more. Although, to be honest, I think I've dug up most of the chlorine biomes at this point. We'll dig this up. They're the plant of choice for the base, because the base is hot. There we go. We got idols. Oh, everyone is idle. Okay. Yeah, people have run out of stuff to do. Oh, well, I guess you can keep doing the research then. Yeah, we can build this. It's always good when your dupes run out of stuff to do. And, well, it's not always good. Like, you could be trapped somewhere and then your dupes don't have anything to do and they're just consuming oxygen. Yeah, I can get these set up. We're gonna need some ladders, actually, to do that. So that's fine. And then we can wrangle the grubs in here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, not long left. Just got polluted oxygen there. Yeah, I think this is working now. Let's see. Yes, the polluted oxygen is all going over here, and then that is all getting immediately deodorized. Building broken. Okay. Why? Oh, because I didn't configure this vent properly. Okay, you know what? Let's just do this. That's what we should have done in the first place. Because it wasn't all getting vented. Some of it was just destroying these. Oh well, that's fine. We have lead. There we go. I'm a bit annoyed because I went to the shop to get some things, and they had an offer where it was get 2 pizzas and get a free pack of beer. And I got the 2 pizzas and the free pack of beer, but then I realized they were the wrong pizzas, and it would only apply if you got margarita pizzas. And I just don't understand why people enjoy margarita pizzas. Like, if I just wanted nothing on it, I just eat the cheese. Or I just do myself some pasta with tomato sauce and, like, cheese. That's really nice on its own. I've just never been in the mood to have that in pizza form. Yeah, I need to set that. There we go. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of grubs now. And now they're starting to get through the sucrose. That's good. So next time we'll add the rest of the sweetles, and then we'll get this sulfur geyser hooked up. But yeah, we're pretty close to being finished. I reckon we'll be able to wrap it up by cycle 265. We got a random grub in here. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, we do need to start filling these. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I do need to just put grubs in here. If these are just farms where we're actually fertilizing them. What was that for again? Oh, right, that was the pipe. Oh man, you're very slow. Uh-oh. Yeah, these are all done now. Okay, that's good. So we just no, not deconstruct, disable them. We're hopefully not going to have to do this too much. If we were, I would probably just set up automation so I can just turn them on and off without dupes. But that shouldn't be a problem. Right. Yeah, this is good. Still got plenty of power. How's the natural gas reserve looking? Quite large. That's good. Plenty of steam power. Hydrogen generators are running. No power is actually being wasted. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this is going. I think we're definitely starting to scale up. So the next steps, the next two steps are handling another sulfur geyser. So we can add more sweetles. And then taming the actual steam vents so that we're getting the full water output rather than just whatever happens to condense. And we have plenty of steel, we've got plenty of plastic production. If I ever want more plastic production, I could move more down here, but I don't think I'm going to. The wire situation is too complicated now. I think we'll just leave this as our small industrial brick. If we ever want to make a bigger industrial brick, we might just put that somewhere else. We might put that over here. Yeah, it's not bad. So let's speed to it. We'll just get this done. No, what a nice day to sit at home and play video games. Oh, that's nice. It does all look very neat. And I do like that we've ended up putting the suit dock right by the teleporter. Because eventually we're going to end up sending people over. I actually said at the shop, I'm a big fan of curries, and the person who was at the till was just like they didn't comment at all. And I was just like, why did I even say that? I saw an opportunity and I took it, and I regret it. Yeah, those are all turned off, so now we can activate these again, can't we? So above 1000, copy, 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 activate. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I like it. Although these aren't working properly. These should be set to 1000. There you go. Yeah, and then that hydrogen is ending up going through the pipe and heating up slightly. That's not actually a problem. I think I don't mind that. Yeah. Okay. Now let's see what's going on with the water in the loop then. So at the moment it's -14 going in, and it is -1 going out. So we are using most of the cooling capacity. And at the moment the room is very cold, so we're getting a lot of cold oxygen. So that part has worked. So that's going to start cooling the base a lot. And that will be nice. I want to see a nice green base. Provided that it's warm enough to grow these plants. These plants grow up to down to 15 degrees, so that's fine. I think we're aiming for a nice 25-degree base. Nice and balmy. Yeah, so now it's not quite getting there. Or rather, it's not having to cool it that much. So there's less gas pressure there, but we're sending hot water here. And then this water's just coming from the other planet, so it's nice and cold. Yeah, there's less cooling going on. Presumably because it doesn't need to be cooled that much. Well, I think that's a success. I think that's actually worked. Like, it's nice and cold coming out here. If we look at the actual pipes, like the oxygen is cool going through this pipe. It's obviously cooling this part of the base. This oxygen is not cool, but that's fine, because it's just spare oxygen. And it's also a way for us to grab oxygen from the outside of the map, because we let a lot of oxygen out of here somehow. I may actually set up some more complicated filtering so that it dumps polluted oxygen here specifically, and then other gases elsewhere. That's probably quite easy to do with the space we have. And let's have a think, because eventually it's going to get to the point where there's natural gas floating into this pump, and then we're going to be pumping natural gas over here. So let's solve that problem before it happens. So if it detects oxygen, it goes into this pipe. And then what we need is another sensor and a shut-off here. So yeah, so what we can do is oh whoops, let's go alert this. And then that will be polluted oxygen specifically, and then everything else will just vent here. We'll do the same as we did before. And that should work, I think. Oh no, no, that won't work, because then it's just going to be recycling the gases around the same area. Hmm. You know, I think I might just leave this for now. I'm not sure what we'd actually do with the other gases. We'll figure it out another time. You having a narcoleptic nap? No, you're not. You're exhausted. I think I just need to figure out these schedules. Also, I think I'm just going to leave this to erupt, like, here for now, because, like, I don't know. So this reactivates the 7.5 cycles, so we will have to get on that right away. I think actually what that means is I'm going to save it here, and we're going to come back and do that another time. But I'm pretty happy with how this pipe has turned out. It looks like it's heated up a little bit, but it's still doing pretty well. Oxygen is still cold. So, at the very least, it should be cool enough to go in the base. But yeah, thanks for watching. I think it's gone pretty well. We got a lot of stuff done today. We've expanded our ranches. We've really cleaned out this half of the base. We've got room for more dupes that we started to hire. We put our exosuits here. We're getting a handle on our polluted water vent, and just handling that a bit better. And hydrogen is sorted. We're ending up with all the spare hydrogen going into this part of the map. So yeah, thanks very much for tuning in. I may end up streaming tomorrow. I may not. I might end up just working on stream assets tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you around. Bye for now.